Hey everyone. Welcome back to Harryverse X. Get ready for an amazing tale. Ra and Osiris claimed Harry from cupboard at age 4 and Egyptian magic made him Pharaoh of Immortals. Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1. The gold and the dark. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of darkness that settles into places where no one looks. Harry Potter was 4 years old, and he had learned, in the way that very small children learn the hardest lessons first, that crying loudly accomplished nothing. So he cried quietly instead, small, careful sounds, his knees drawn up against his chest, his back pressed into the corner where the wall met the underside of the third stair. The wood above him creaked whenever Uncle Vernon walked across it. Harry had memorized which stair made which sound. He knew his uncle's footsteps the way sailors knew weather. He wasn't crying about anything specific tonight. He was crying about everything, which was different, a slow, accumulated weight that had no single source and no single remedy. He was crying because Dudley had gotten a bicycle and Harry had gotten a telling off for looking at it too long. He was crying because dinner had been a piece of bread and the scraping from the bottom of a casserole dish, and he was still hungry. He was crying because he had woken up that morning not knowing what day it was, and then realized it didn't matter, because no day was different from any other. He pressed his face into his knees and breathed. The crack in the cupboard door let in a thin stripe of light from the hallway, orange and sickly, a bulb that had been half dead for a year. Harry watched it the way he watched most things, carefully, quietly, with the focused attention of someone who has very little to look at. Then the light changed. Not the hallway light, that stayed exactly as it was. Something else changed. Something inside the cupboard, which made no sense, because the cupboard was a small and entirely enclosed space and Harry was the only thing in it. But the darkness in the far corner, the corner near his broken toy soldiers and the box of Dudley's old clothes he slept on, went from black to something else. Something that was still dark but also, somehow, warm. Harry stopped crying. He watched the corner. The warmth spread. It wasn't heat exactly, not the uncomfortable blast of the kitchen stove, nothing like that. It was the feeling of stepping out of shadow on a cold morning and having the sun find your face, except it was happening in a cupboard at 10 o'clock at night with no sun anywhere nearby. Gold threaded through the dark like veins in marble. Harry uncurled himself slightly, because the corner that had always been the most frightening part of the cupboard, the part he never looked at directly, was now the most interesting thing he had ever seen. A voice said, quietly and in a register so low it seemed to bypass his ears and speak directly to something behind his sternum, "There he is." Harry did not scream. He should have, probably. He was 4, and a voice had just come out of nowhere in his locked cupboard. But the voice was warm the same way the light was warm, and Harry had spent enough of his life being afraid of things that could actually hurt him that he had very little fear left over for things that felt, inexplicably, safe. "Hello," Harry said. His voice came out smaller than he intended. The gold deepened. Then there were 2 presences in the cupboard, which was a strange thing to know, not see, not hear, but know, the way you know a room has more people in it even before you've looked up. One of them was bright. Enormously, overwhelmingly bright, and it was holding itself back, Harry somehow understood, because otherwise the cupboard would not be a cupboard anymore. The other was dark. But not the cupboard kind of dark. The other kind, the dark of very deep water, of soil that grows things, of the sky between stars that isn't empty but patient. "He can feel us," the bright one said. There was something delighted in it, and something that was not quite surprise but adjacent to it. "Already. At 4. I told you." The deep voice was quieter, with a gravity that made Harry think of the word ancient even though he didn't fully know what ancient meant yet. "I have been telling you for 3 years. You tell me a great many things. And I am right about most of them." "Most," the bright voice conceded cheerfully. Harry looked at the corner and said, "Are you going to come out?" A pause. Then, "We cannot appear fully, little one. Not here. This place is," the deep voice stopped. chose different words. This place is very small, and we are very large. But we can speak with you. We have been wanting to speak with you for some time. Oh, Harry said. He thought about this. Is it because of the things I do sometimes? When something happens and there's, like a pushing feeling? Another pause. This one felt different. Heavier. Yes, the deep voice said softly. In part. Aunt Petunia says it's freakishness. Harry relayed this as information, not complaint. Just a fact he was reporting. The bright presence did something that was not quite a sound but was the impression of a sound, specifically the impression of a very large entity suppressing an extremely strong reaction through considerable effort. The gold in the corner flickered, just briefly. Your aunt, the warm voice said, with the careful precision of someone placing each word down gently so they did not break something, is a woman of very limited vision. She can see fine, Harry said, confused. She doesn't wear glasses. Not that kind of vision, little one. Harry considered this. What kind of vision? The kind that lets you look at something extraordinary and understand that it is extraordinary, the deep voice said, rather than deciding it must be a problem because you cannot explain it. Harry thought about the bicycle incident. He thought about the time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it too short. He thought about the time he'd been so cold in the cupboard that something warm had come up from inside him like a coal-catching light, and he'd been fine, he'd been warm, and he hadn't said anything about it because he'd already understood by then that saying things led to the cupboard. He was currently in the cupboard anyway. Are you gods? Harry asked. He had a book, well, Dudley's old book, with the cover torn off, about Greek myths. He'd read it 7 times. He understood the category. The warm presence laughed, and the laugh was sunlight. It crept across the walls of the cupboard and did not illuminate anything so much as transform it, every surface briefly becoming something gilded and worthwhile, the broken soldiers standing straighter, the concrete looking like stone that had been chosen. We are, the bright one said. Though not the gods from your book. Which gods? Egyptian, the deep voice said. I am Osiris. He is Ra. Harry said the names quietly to himself, testing the weight of them. They sat differently in his mouth than regular words, denser, somehow, like they had more letters in them than he could see. Why are you in my cupboard? Harry asked. Because you are in your cupboard, Ra said, and though the words were light, something underneath them was not. And you should not be. I live here. No. Ra's voice was gentle and absolutely certain. You do not. I sleep here. My things are here. Those are different from living, Osiris said quietly. Harry went still. It was a particular kind of stillness, the stillness of hearing something true that you have been trying not to think too directly, in case thinking about it too directly made it worse. He pressed his palms against the cold floor. We have been watching you since before you can remember, Osiris continued. Since the night you survived something that has never been survived before. We watched you come here. We have watched every day since. Why didn't you come before? Because you were not ready to hear us, Ra said. There was no apology in it, just honesty, the clean kind. And because we needed to be certain. What we know about you, what we have always known, carries with it a great responsibility. To you and for you. We did not want to be wrong. Are you wrong? No, Osiris said simply. We are not. Harry looked at the crack under the door. He could hear the television in the other room, canned laughter, the creak of Uncle Vernon's chair. He looked at the crack for a long time. What do you know about me? He asked. That your soul is old, Osiris said. Older than this life. Older than the one before it. That you have lived many lives and served many purposes, and in one of the first of them, in a time before your Britain, before your Rome, before the world had many of the names it currently goes by, you were a king. Harry stared at the golden dark corner. A king. A pharaoh, R.A. said, with something that was unmistakably pride. Of a court unlike any other. The immortal court, those who walk the boundary between the living world and the Duat, which is what we call the realm beyond. Neither fully alive nor fully dead. Chosen. Powerful beyond the small magic you have been accidentally doing in this cupboard. I'm 4, Harry said. You are 4 in this life, R.A. said. In some, you are very, very old. And we are here, Osiris said, because this life should not be this. This cupboard. This hunger. This darkness. A pause. We are here to take you somewhere else. Harry's heart did something that he didn't have words for yet. It was a large feeling for a small person. He pressed it down carefully, because large feelings without anywhere to go were dangerous. He had learned that. Where? He asked. With us, R.A. said. To the Duat. To be trained and loved and educated in the way a person of your particular nature and lineage and impossible, stubborn, wonderful soul deserves to be. A warmth in the word wonderful that sat on Harry's chest like a hand. You would be given a name. A true name, that fits what you are. I already have a name. Harry is what they called you, Osiris said. That is different. Harry thought about it for a long time. The television laughed at something. Uncle Vernon said something to Aunt Petunia that Harry couldn't quite make out, and Aunt Petunia responded, and then there was silence except for the television again. Would I come back? He asked. To this world, I mean. Yes, R.A. said. When it is time. There are things in this world that will need you. A darkness that has been trying to return. We do not hide you away from that, we prepare you for it. The thing that killed my parents, Harry said. He knew about this. He had pieced it together from fragments, Aunt Petunia when she was angry, Dudley's cruel summaries, words he'd overheard. Yes, Osiris said. You're not going to tell me to be afraid of it. A beat. 2. No, Osiris said, with what seemed like deep satisfaction. We are not going to tell you to be afraid of it. Harry uncurled fully. He sat up straight in the dark cupboard, 4 years old, in a too large shirt with a tear in the collar and trousers that had been Dudley's first. He thought about the bicycle he would never ride, and the dinner he hadn't had enough of, and the stair above his head that creaked. Okay, he said. The gold in the corner expanded, and for the first time since Harry could remember, the dark became something worth walking into. The Duat was not what Harry expected, partly because he had no real framework for expecting anything about it. He had thought, vaguely, based on the myths book and the general evidence of the world, that the afterlife, if it existed, would be either very bright and cloud-heavy in a Christian way or very underground and grey in a Greek way. The Duat was neither. It was the third option that no one had written about correctly, alive. The sky was deep amber edged with green where it met the horizon, and the stars were not white but gold and blue and occasionally red, hanging at different depths as though the sky were not flat but layered, and if you squinted you could see the ones farther back. There was a river. Of course there was a river, this was Egyptian mythology and the Nile ran through everything, but it was not the grey blue of the Nile in Dudley's old encyclopedia. It was dark and luminous, the color of deep water with light coming up from beneath it, and where it ran the air above it smelled like something Harry didn't have a word for yet, the smell of things growing after long dormancy, the smell of mornings that are genuinely new. There were buildings, but not the kind he could easily describe. Enormous things, yes, stone and older than anything he understood as old, but grown over with trees that shouldn't have been able to grow through stone and yet had, and the stone had accommodated the trees, and both were better for it. There were people, he supposed they were people, though some of them had animal heads and seemed entirely unbothered by this, moving between the buildings with the purposeful ease of a functioning civilization. And there was warmth. Not the aggressive heat of a summer day but the bone-deep warmth of being in the right place, which Harry had never felt before and recognized immediately as something he had been missing. R.A. appeared to him properly for the first time on the riverbank, an hour after they had arrived. Harry stood at the water's edge staring into the depth of it, and R.A. came and stood beside him, and Harry looked up. He had expected R.A. to be enormous. He was. But not in the way Harry expected. He was enormous the way the sky is enormous, not intimidating so much as simply more than what Harry was used to. He wore gold, obviously, the deep warm gold of late afternoon, and his eyes were the color of the sun at the precise moment before it touches the horizon, and he was looking at Harry with an expression Harry would have understood even at 4. He was looking at him the way adults look at children they love very much and are very relieved to see safe. "Well," R.A. said. He was smiling. It was a smile that had been practicing for several thousand years and had gotten exceptionally good at it. "Here you are." "Here I am," Harry agreed. "How do you find it?" Harry looked at the river, the amber sky, the buildings, the stars. "It smells like something," he said. Like after rain." "Petrichor," R.A. said. "The smell of dry earth receiving water. The Duat always smells of it. This is because everything here is, by nature, receiving. Taking in what was needed and becoming more." "I like it," Harry said. "Good," R.A. said. "Because this is your home now. For a while." Osiris came to him at sunset, which was not a real sunset, because the amber sky simply deepened rather than darkened, the stars brightening as the gold of the air took on a more profound hue. He was taller than R.A., or perhaps not taller but deeper, the way some doorways feel like they go farther than they should. He wore green and black, the colors of the Nile Valley and the soil that fed it. His eyes were the deep still brown of water under shadow. He crouched down to Harry's level, which was something adults did not usually do for Harry, and looked at him for a long moment. "Are you frightened?" he asked. "No," Harry said. Osiris studied him. "You are a very unusual 4-year-old. You told me I was very old, really. That's fair." Osiris's mouth moved, not quite a smile, but the architecture of one, the bones of it. "What do you want to ask me?" "I can see that you have questions." "You said my soul is old," Harry said. "And that I was a pharaoh. What does that mean for me now? Not the history, what does it mean for me now?" Osiris looked at him with something that was not quite surprise and not quite pride but lived between the two. "It means," he said carefully, "that the magic you have been performing by accident is only the surface. That underneath it is an inheritance, ancient, enormous, and entirely yours. Magic that existed before wands, before words, before the shapes that European wizards used to contain their power. The magic of the first people to name the stars and build monuments to the sun and understand that death is not an ending." A pause. "It means that we have a great deal to teach you, and that you will be a remarkable student." "How long?" Harry asked. 7 years, Osiris said. "By the time you must return, you will be 11. Old enough to enter the school that has been waiting for you." "A school?" "A wizarding school. British. Called Hogwarts." Something in his tone suggested that Osiris had opinions about British wizarding schools that he was, for now, keeping largely to himself. "You will need to understand their world before you can move through it. You will also need to understand their methods, not because they are superior to yours, but because understanding other languages of power is always advantageous." "But my magic," Harry said. "The old kind. That's the real thing. The primary thing. Your magic is R.A. and I, and everything between us," Osiris said quietly. "Solar fire and deep water. Light and the wisdom in shadow. Yes. That is your primary thing. The wand magic will be secondary. Useful, but secondary." Harry looked at the river. A bird that might have been an ibis landed on a stone near the water's edge and regarded them with yellow eyes. "Okay," Harry said. Again. The same way he'd said it in the cupboard, as though the word were a door and he had decided to walk through. The years in the Duat moved differently from years in the mortal world. Harry understood this later, could articulate it. That time in the Duat was not linear so much as layered, each day containing the echo of every day before it, the way sediment layers build into something solid and readable. But when he was living through them, what he noticed was simpler: he was never bored, and he was never hungry, and he was never alone. Ra taught him solar magic first. This involved a great deal of time sitting in the amber light with his eyes closed, which Harry found difficult at first because his instinct was always to be watchful, always to track where the danger was coming from. Ra noticed this immediately. "Open your hands," Ra said, on the third day. They were sitting on a flat-topped stone near the river, Ra enormous and golden and cross-legged in a way that should not have been possible but was. Harry opened his hands. His palms were small, slightly roughened from the concrete floor of the cupboard. Ra placed his own hands beneath them, not touching, just close enough that Harry could feel the warmth radiating. "Feel that," Ra said. "It's warm." "It is light," Ra said. "Not warmth. Warmth is the effect. What you feel is light, which is the cause. Now feel the difference." Harry frowned, concentrating. His brow furrowed in a way that, he would later learn, made Hermione say he looked like a small aggressive owl. He felt the warmth. Then he felt past it, or rather through it, trying to find what Ra was describing, and then he found it. Not warmth but something brighter, quicker, something that moved in the almost touching space between his palms and Ra's. It felt like the moment between asking a question and knowing the answer. Like a threshold. "Oh," Harry said softly. "There it is," Ra said, with deep satisfaction. "That is light. That is mine, and it is yours. When you understand it well enough, it will come when you call it." They worked on it every morning for a month. Harry learned to feel the difference between warmth and light, and then between light and fire, and then between fire and the particular category Ra called the sun's judgment, the light that illuminates not just surfaces but truths, that falls on a thing and shows it exactly as it is. He learned to gather it between his palms and push it outward in a controlled wave that left scorch marks on stones and, on one memorably excellent day, split a dead tree entirely in two with a crack that made Ra laugh so hard the amber sky brightened by several degrees. Osiris's lessons were different. Where Ra was warmth and expansion, Osiris was depth and precision. He taught Harry in the evenings, usually walking, along the river, through the buildings, through a garden that grew in the shadow of the largest structure in the Duat, where the plants were all black-leafed and silver-stemmed and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with daylight. "Tell me about death," Osiris said, on the evening that Harry turned 5. They were walking through the shadow garden, and Harry was old enough now that he came up to Osiris's hip. "It scares people," Harry said. "Why?" "Because they don't know what comes after." "And what comes after?" Harry looked at the river they could see between the dark-leafed branches. At the light beneath it. "This," he said. "Some version of this." "And what is this?" Harry thought about it seriously, the way he thought about everything Osiris asked him. "A place where things can become what they always should have been," he said finally. "A place where everything that happened is real but also finished. Like, you can see it but it can't hurt you anymore." Osiris stopped walking. Harry looked up. In the evening light of the Duat, Osiris's face was doing something that Harry had learned to recognize over a year of knowing him, the expression of someone who has been carrying something for a very long time and has just set it down for a moment because another person said exactly the right thing. "Yes," Osiris said. "Just that. But the weight in the word was enormous." "Did I say it right?" Harry asked. "Better than right," Osiris said. "You said it true." The magic Osiris taught him was the shadow complement of Ra's light. Where Ra's gift was illumination and force, Osiris's was perception and passage. Harry learned to feel the boundary between living and dead, a skill that manifested first as a faint sensitivity to spaces where death had occurred, and grew into something far more refined over the years, the ability to read a soul's nature and history, to sense the tears and tangling that came from dark magic, to find the places where the natural order had been violated and understand exactly how. What happens when someone breaks the natural order? Harry asked, at 6. Not just dark magic. The worst kind. What if someone tries to, what if they try to make themselves not die? Osiris was quiet for a moment. What they make, he said, is a wound. In themselves and in the fabric. The soul, which is meant to move, to transform and renew, is pinned. Kept in a state between states. Reduced, with every such act, until what remains is barely recognizable as the thing it began as. Does it hurt them? I think, Osiris said slowly, that the horror of it is that at a certain point it does not. That they have gone far enough from themselves that the pain which should be there as a warning signal, the signal that says this is wrong, turn back, is no longer functional. He looked at Harry steadily. Does this description call to mind anything? The one who killed my parents, Harry said. Yes. He's done that. Yes. Harry considered this. He was 6 years old and he was standing in a garden in the Egyptian afterlife and he was thinking about the man who had killed his parents with the focused, analytical calm of someone who has been taught that understanding a problem is the first step to solving it. Can it be undone? He asked. The wounding. The fragmenting. In theory, Osiris said carefully. But it requires that each fragment be drawn back and, processed. Judged. Returned to the natural order. It is not a gentle thing. It doesn't have to be gentle, Harry said. Osiris looked at him for a long time. No, he said finally. It does not. Isis found him at age 7 in the Shadow Garden, which was where he went when he needed to think. She appeared as she appeared to most people who encountered her, abruptly, and in a form that was specifically calibrated to be both beautiful and unsettling, because Isis had a very particular sense of humor about the impressions she made. Haru Sare, she said. The name Osiris had given him, Haru, the child, Sa-Ra, son of Ra, used in full for the first time by someone other than Osiris. It sounded different from her. More complete. Harry looked up from the river stone he'd been sitting on. Lady Isis. She sat across from him with the easy grace of someone who has been sitting on river stones for millennia. She was wearing a white linen dress and her eyes were the color of the Nile in full flood, that deep greenish brown, and her hair was black as the best agricultural soil. She looked about 25 and had been looking about 25 for longer than human civilization had been in the business of calculating ages. You've been thinking about the wizard who killed your parents again, she said. I think about him sometimes, Harry said. Not defensively. Most children in your position would think about him constantly, she said. With fear. Or with the particular type of obsessive hatred that turns a person into the thing they're afraid of. She tilted her head. You don't seem to do either. I understand what he is, Harry said. A wounded thing that made itself worse trying not to die. I don't fear wounded things. I'm learning what to do about them. Isis studied him with an expression that Harry recognized, after a moment, as the same one Osiris made when Harry said something exactly right. He was starting to notice that this was a pattern, that the gods around him were consistently surprised and consistently pleased by him, and he was starting to understand that this wasn't simple praise but something else. Recognition. The way you recognize a person you know in a crowd. I'm going to teach you healing, she said. I thought Ra was teaching me the solar magic. Ra is teaching you force, Isis said, with the patient precision of someone who has had 1,000 years of marriage to someone she loves very much and also disagrees with constantly. That is different from healing. Healing is understanding a wound so precisely that you can reverse it, not destroy the wrong thing but unmake it, put back what was removed. That is my domain. She looked at him steadily. And given what you're going to be dealing with, it seems relevant. The Horcruxes, Harry said. The word came out easily. Osiris had told him about them, the technical term from the darker corners of magical theory. The soul fragments. Yes. Isis paused. Among other things. Healing magic is broader than one application. You will need it for people you love. Harry thought about this. He didn't have many people he loved yet, the gods around him, and the occasional other being in the Duat who had taken an interest in him. But the yet was important, and he understood that. "All right," he said. "Teach me." What Isis taught him was the subtlest of the three kinds of magic he was learning. Ra's solar power was direct: feel the light, gather the light, release the light. Osiris's magic of passage was perceptive: feel the boundary, read the soul, understand the wound. Isis's healing was both simultaneously, and more, it was the act of holding something broken in your hands with complete, unflinching attention, understanding exactly how it broke, and then doing the work to put it back. Not magically forcing it together. Actually doing the work. "You can't heal what you won't look at," Isis told him, on the first day. "I'll look at anything," Harry said. She put a bird in his hands, a small sparrow, clearly hurt, its wing at a wrong angle. She put it there and sat back. Harry looked at the sparrow. He looked at it the way Osiris had taught him to look at wounds, fully, taking in all of it, not just the obvious breakage but the network of small compensations the bird had made for the main injury, the places where it was holding tension it shouldn't need to hold. He felt, beneath his palms, the warmth Ra had taught him to summon, and he felt Osiris's perceptive sense of boundaries, and then something that was neither of those things happened. He felt what the sparrow had been before the wing broke. Not remembered it, felt it, the way you feel a note of music that is still resonating in a room after the instrument has stopped. He let that feeling come through his hands. The wing straightened. The sparrow sat in his palms for a moment, looked at him with the focused, judgmental stare of a bird that has decided it has had enough of this situation, and flew away. Harry watched it go. "Good," Isis said. "That's it? Just good. What did you want?" Harry thought about it. "I don't know," he said honestly. Isis smiled, and when she smiled it was the most honest thing about her. All the theatrical beauty fell away for a moment and she was just someone who found the world deeply, genuinely interesting. "That," she said, "is precisely what I want from you. Do it again." He turned 8 in the Duat. 9. 10. At 10, Ra began teaching him something different. Not the force, not the light reading, not the warmth that was also judgment. This was older. This was what Ra called the language of origins, ancient Egyptian, the version spoken in ceremony, which was not quite what had been spoken in the streets of old Memphis or Thebes but something purer. The version in which the words were descriptions of the things they named, so that to say sun was to invoke a fraction of the sun's nature, and to say river was to say here is the thing that gives and takes, that rises and falls, that carries. Language as the bones of reality. Harry had a facility for language that seemed to surprise even Ra. He picked up the ceremonial dialect in months. By 10 he was dreaming in it, and sometimes catching himself speaking it under his breath while he was doing something else, the way other children caught themselves humming. He also learned Greek, because Osiris said that the Hogwarts curriculum would have encounters with Greek magical theory, and Latin, because of the wand magic that he would need to at least understand if not rely on. He learned the rudiments of alchemy, the theory behind European magical thinking, the history of the wizarding world from its own perspective and from the broader perspective of what magic actually was and where it actually came from, a conversation that made Ra deeply sarcastic about European wizarding communities in a way that Harry found extremely entertaining. "They think they invented it," Ra said once, when they were in the middle of Harry's education on the history of wand magic. "They think they refined it," Harry said carefully. "They put a stick in the middle of it," Ra said, with the serene dismissiveness of someone describing a profound act of missing the point. "And called it progress. The wands do work. Wheels work. You do not therefore say that the first person to carve a wheel invented motion." Harry smiled. It was a particular smile, slightly crooked, warm at the edges, the smile of someone who finds the world genuinely amusing rather than threatening. Isis told him once that it was the most Egyptian thing about him, that smile, that the Egyptians had understood that the universe was both sacred and somewhat comedic, and that holding both of those truths simultaneously was the beginning of wisdom. At 10, he also began to sense something he hadn't felt before, a pressure, very faint, at the edge of his perception. Something in the mortal world, something that was present and urgent in a way that background things weren't. He mentioned it to Osiris one evening. Osiris listened carefully. "Tell me what it feels like," he said. "Like a hook," Harry said. "But not a catching hook. More like a hook on a door, a specific kind of call. Like something is expecting me." "It is," Osiris said. And he went and returned with a letter. It was thick, cream-colored, and sealed with wax. Harry took it and turned it over. The address read, "Mr. H. Potter, the Duat, the Egyptian realm beyond." He looked up at Osiris. "They find everyone," Osiris said, and his tone suggested he had feelings about this that were complicated. "This school." "It is, I will give them credit, Pharaoh." "Hogwarts," Harry said. "Hogwarts." Osiris said the word with the effect of someone handling something they are not sure should be touched. "Yes." Harry broke the seal and read the letter. His Hogwarts acceptance letter, printed in green ink, formal and old-fashioned and, when held against everything Harry had been educated in over the last 6 years, almost charming in its simplicity. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Is it time?" Harry asked. "It is approaching time," Osiris said. "You have another year here. There are things still to complete." "The naming ceremony," Harry said. "Yes." The naming ceremony had been discussed but not yet performed. In the Duat system, in the deep old understanding that Ra and Osiris moved through, a true name was not just what you were called. It was the crystallization of what you were, spoken aloud in the language of origins, witnessed by those who had the standing to witness it. It was also, in practical terms, a source of power. When you knew your name truly and completely, when you had accepted every part of it, you could work magic of a different order than what was possible without that understanding. They held the ceremony at dawn, not the amber dawn of the Duat's regular light cycles, but a proper dawn, Ra actually rising in the distance, the full brilliance of him cresting over the edge of the horizon and sending gold across everything. Harry stood at the river's edge. He was 10, almost 11. He had grown into something that the 4-year-old in the cupboard would not have predicted, not tall yet, but straight. Dark-haired, which no one could do anything about, and green-eyed, which Isis said was significant in a way she'd smiled about and not elaborated. There was gold in him, visible in certain lights, not literally, not yet, but the implication of it. The suggestion. Ra stood on his right and Osiris on his left. Isis stood in the water, which was her right and privilege, and her white dress was dry. Osiris spoke Harry's name in the language of origins. All of it, the full thing, which was not just Harusare but a longer construction, a description, the child of the sun's line who walks the threshold, who heals the wound in the order, who burns away what should not remain, who holds the dead with justice and the living with fire, who was here before and will be here again, who is complete in himself and answerable to the truth. It took several minutes to say in full. When it was done, Harry felt it settle into him the way the healing had settled into the sparrow, finding every place that had been compensating for an absence and releasing it. He breathed in, and for the first time since he could remember, for the first time, perhaps, in this life or any other, he did not feel small. He felt exactly as large as he was. The gold came then, properly. It came from his skin as light, not fire, not force, just light, the honest light of something that knows exactly what it is. Ra laughed his enormous sunlight laugh. Osiris put his hand on Harry's shoulder, just briefly, and the weight of it felt like being blessed. Harusare, Osiris said quietly. My lord Osiris, Harry said. Are you ready? Harry looked at the golden surface of the river. At the amber sky. At the stars that were still visible even in the light, because the stars in the Duat were always visible, always there, patient and fixed and entirely certain of their positions. Yes, Harry said. I'm ready. Hogwarts, R.A. said, in a tone that perfectly balanced warm affection with the aura of someone preparing to be deeply unimpressed, has absolutely no idea what's coming. Harry smiled. That crooked, warm smile. Good, he said. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Walked in. The first thing Harry noticed about Diagon Alley was the noise. Not unpleasant noise, the contrary, actually. It was the noise of a place that had been busy for centuries and had gotten very good at it, vendors calling out over each other's heads, owls complaining from their cages in registers that cut cleanly through the crowd hum, the sharp pop of someone operating 2 streets over, children arguing about which color of something they wanted and parents making the particular sound of adults who have made their position clear and are waiting for the argument to catch up. It was a living sound, the sound of a community in full function, and Harry walked into it with his hands in his pockets and his eyes taking everything in with the quiet, comprehensive attention that 7 years of Osiris's teaching had made automatic. Osiris had sent him back through a junction, not a dramatic magical gateway, just a specific place where the Duat met the mortal world thinly, an alleyway in London that smelled of rain and chipped shop grease and the faint ozone of old magic. Harry had stepped through it at 8 in the morning on a Tuesday in July, and London had received him exactly as London receives most things, with indifference and a light drizzle. He'd found the leaky cauldron without difficulty. He'd read enough about the wizarding world's geography that he had a working map in his head. He'd also been in possession, since the morning of his departure from the Duat, of a small leather pouch that R.A. had handed him with the air of someone who found physical currency mildly beneath their dignity but understood its practical necessity. Gold, R.A. had said. A great deal of it. Isis converted it from, it doesn't matter what. Don't ask the goblins how conversion works, it irritates them. Harry had the pouch in his pocket now, and he was walking through Diagon Alley for the first time, and the alley was doing what magical places do to people experiencing them for the first time, it was asking a lot of him, visually and sensory and otherwise. He answered all of it calmly, cataloguing, interested. Madame Malkin's first, 4 robes. Then the bookshop. Then the wand. He was curious about the wand, in a specifically academic way, the way you might be curious about a dialect of a language you already spoke fluently. What would a wand make of him? What would it try to say about him? He was crossing the alley toward Flourish and Blots when a woman stepped directly into his path, stopped, and stared at him. She was probably 40. Sharp-featured, precise in the way of someone who had been intelligent their whole life and had no patience for people who hadn't bothered. She had a stack of books under one arm and a look on her face that was transitioning rapidly from generic distraction to something more specific and arrested. "Your eyes," she said, without preamble. Harry met her gaze. His eyes were, as they had always been, very green, but the green had changed in the Duat, or perhaps it had always been this and simply become more visible as he grew into it. They were the green of deep water with light underneath it. They were the green of the Nile. Several people in the Duat had made comments about them that Harry had filed under mythologically significant, ask Osiris. "Their eyes," Harry said pleasantly. "I've had them for a while." The woman blinked. Her expression shifted into something he recognized as the recalibration of someone who has just been told something self-evident in a way that was somehow more interesting than expected. "Apologies," she said. "I'm Professor McGonagall. Transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts." "Are you by any chance, Harry Potter?" Harry said. McGonagall went very still in the way that still water goes still just before something large moves beneath it. She looked at him. He looked back. He was aware that he did not look like what she had been expecting, he didn't know exactly what she had been expecting, but he was reasonably confident it was not this. "Headmaster Dumbledore has been wondering when you'd be coming to Diagon Alley," she said, with the careful neutrality of someone who was wondering several things herself and choosing to deploy only the least complicated one. "I arrived this morning," Harry said. "I have a list." He pulled it out, the Hogwarts list, slightly worn from being handled, because Harry had read it several times. Not anxiously. Analytically. McGonagall looked at the list, then at him. "Will you need assistance?" "I'm all right, thank you," Harry said. He said it with complete confidence and without any of the apologetic quality that the phrase usually carried when 11-year-olds said it to authority figures. It was simply a statement of fact. McGonagall studied him for one more moment. There was something in her face that Harry recognized as the very beginning of a recalibration that was going to take some time to complete. She nodded, once, precisely. "I expect we'll see you at the 1st of September, she said. "You will," Harry said. She walked away. Harry watched her go, then turned back to the bookshop, slightly more interested in the coming year than he had been 30 seconds ago. McGonagall had the look of someone excellent at their job who had clear standards and was genuinely sharp. He liked that. It would make the classes more interesting. Flourish and blots yielded the required textbooks plus 3 additional ones that Harry found in a back section labeled Advanced Theory that were not on any standard school list. He paid for them without comment. The bookseller wrapped them with the slightly stunned air of someone who had been handed a great deal of money by a child who had then asked a question about the theoretical underpinnings of transfiguration at the level of molecular restructuring, to which the bookseller had no answer. Madame Malkin's went smoothly. Harry stood on the fitting stool and let the seamstress work, and she was cheerful and professional, and the only remarkable thing about the visit was the boy who came in partway through and climbed onto the adjacent stool. He was blond and looked the way wealthy children often looked, not badly raised so much as raised with the specific assumption that the world was sorted in a hierarchy that he was near the top of, and that this was simply the natural state of affairs. He started talking almost immediately, with the ease of someone used to filling silence. "Hogwarts 2. First year. Father's getting my books." He glanced at Harry with the calibrating look of someone assessing social position. "Do you know what house you're hoping for? I think most people from decent families end up in Slytherin, but Ravenclaw's respectable enough. Gryffindor's full of blood traitors, mostly, and no one decent ends up in Hufflepuff. What's your name?" Harry asked. The boy blinked. He had the look of someone who had been mid-presentation when the presentation equipment stopped working. "Draco Malfoy." "Malfoy," Harry said thoughtfully. He knew the name from his reading on wizarding families. Old family, ancient in a British wizarding sense, which was to say approximately 15 centuries of history, which R.A. would have greeted with the comment that 15 centuries was barely enough time to learn how to build a proper column. But in their own context, significant. Old family. "Very," Draco said, with satisfaction. "Yours?" "Potter," Harry said. Draco's face did something interesting. Multiple things, actually, in rapid sequence: recognition, recalibration, something that was probably supposed to be casual but wasn't quite managing it. "Oh," he said. "Potter." He looked at Harry with the particular attention of someone revising an opinion they had formed 2 minutes ago. "You don't look like, I mean. I heard you'd been raised by muggles." "I wasn't, in the end," Harry said. "Then who raised you?" "2 very old Egyptians," Harry said, "and a woman who would most accurately be described as the goddess of magic." Draco stared at him. "I'm joking," Harry said. He was not joking. He paid for his robes, nodded pleasantly to Draco Malfoy, and left. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow and deep and smelled of cedar shavings and something older than cedar, a background note that Harry caught and turned over in his mind, the smell of things that had stored power long enough that the storage had become structural. Good wands held their histories the way old trees held weather rings, invisibly, but there if you knew how to feel for them. The man who appeared from between the shelves was white-haired and had eyes the color of a full moon, very pale silver gray, and he moved through the shop with the ease of someone who had long since accepted that their environment was the most important thing in any room and had learned to navigate accordingly. He stopped when he saw Harry and went very still. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him with those moon eyes, really looked, the way very few people had looked at Harry in the mortal world in his brief time back in it. The kind of looking that was actually seeing, that was taking in more than surface. "Your eyes," Ollivander said softly. I've been hearing that today, Harry said. They're different, Ollivander said. Not a question. They were always like this, Harry said. I've just been somewhere that made it more obvious. Ollivander continued to look at him for a moment longer. Then he seemed to arrive at some internal decision and became brisk, professional, the focused energy of a craftsman approaching a challenge. Wand arm? Either, Harry said. Though I'm right-handed by preference. Either, Ollivander repeated, with the tone of someone filing this under interesting. Right then. Let's see. The process was, objectively speaking, chaotic. The first wand sparked and went cold immediately, which Harry hadn't expected. The second one did something that made all the nearby shelves vibrate, not violently, more like a chord being struck on a very large instrument, a resonance rather than a rejection. The third caught fire. Not destructively. It simply ignited, a clean bright flame that went up about 6 inches from the tip and then subsided when Harry put it down, leaving no burn mark on his palm. Fascinating, Ollivander said, in the tone of someone who found the universe's behavior not threatening but deeply interesting. He disappeared between the shelves and returned with a single box. He opened it with the care of someone opening something that had been waiting. Holly, he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He held it out. This wand has been waiting a very long time. Harry picked it up. The warmth was immediate, not Ra's warmth exactly, but adjacent to it. Related to it. The wand fit his hand with the completeness of something that had been made for this exact purpose, and when Harry raised it slightly, without thinking or trying, a golden light came from the tip that was nothing like a typical lumos. It was warm. It moved like something alive. Ollivander was staring. The brother wand, he said quietly. Of the wand that gave you that scar. Harry lowered the wand. He looked at Ollivander steadily. Yes, he said. I know. You know. I know a great deal about what killed my parents and what it left behind, Harry said, quite calmly. The connection between these wands is not a problem. It's a detail. He pocketed the wand. How much? Ollivander told him, and received his coins, and watched Harry walk out of the shop with the expression of someone who had just had an experience they were going to be thinking about for quite some time. Harry stood on the street outside Ollivander's and felt the wand in his pocket, the thrum of it, familiar and new simultaneously. Then he walked back through the leaky cauldron, back into London, and found a quiet alley to think in. He thought about the connection between his wand and Voldemort's wand. He thought about what it meant practically, turned it over from multiple angles. He thought about the Horcruxes, 6 of them still extant, by his best estimate from the Duat, and the fragmented thing that still called itself Voldemort somewhere in the world, not yet capable of returning fully but not gone. He thought about Hogwarts, about the year ahead, about the people he was going to meet. He thought about the stone. Because the stone, the philosopher's stone, Nicholas Flamel's stone, had moved recently. Osiris had felt it, a significant magical object changing locations, passing briefly through the death-adjacent plane that powerful artifacts always grazed. It had moved from somewhere to somewhere guarded. And Harry had a very specific sense, grounded in everything Osiris had taught him about magical convergence, that wherever it had moved to and whatever was guarding it were going to be relevant in the coming year. He exhaled slowly, watching pigeons argue on a nearby windowsill. Then he went to find something to eat, because he'd been back in the mortal world for half a day and his stomach, which was still stubbornly mortal, had opinions about that. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 on the 1st of September, and Harry found a compartment, settled in with one of his extra books, and waited to see what walked through the door. What walked through the door first was Ronald Weasley. He came in asking if Harry minded him sitting down because everywhere else was full, and Harry gestured at the seat across from him and went back to his book. The red-haired boy sat down with the comfortable sprawl of someone who took up exactly the space he was entitled to and no more, which Harry approved of. He had 3 brothers audible from somewhere down the train based on the periodic shouting of his name, and he had a rat sitting on his knee looking mournfully at the window, and he had the look of someone who was trying to be casual about sitting across from Harry Potter and not entirely succeeding. "Ron Weasley," he said. "Harry Potter," Harry said, from behind his book. Ron was quiet for a moment. "Right," he said. "I know. I mean, my mum told me. And everyone knows. The scar and everything." A pause. Is it all right if you want to ask about the scar?" Harry said. "Not really. I mean, I don't want to be rude. I was actually going to ask about the book." Harry looked up. Ron was pointing at the cover. It was one of his extra purchases from Flourish and Blots, the advanced magical theory text, which was in both Latin and English and had an extremely dense diagram of elemental correspondence on the cover. "It's about the theoretical framework behind elemental magic," Harry said. "How the four elements map onto magical disciplines and what that means for the relationship between wand magic and older forms." Ron looked at the book, then at Harry, then back at the book. "Is that on the Hogwarts reading list?" "No," Harry said. "So you just read that? For fun?" "I find it interesting," Harry said. Ron considered this. He had a quality that Harry noticed immediately and respected. He was genuinely weighing what he was hearing rather than performing a reaction to it. He nodded, slowly. "Okay," he said. "I'm terrible at theory. Practically rubbish. But Fred said the practical stuff is brilliant if you actually get to do it." "Fred's your brother?" "One of four." Ron said it with the tone of someone who had made peace with a large family the way you make peace with weather. You didn't choose it, you couldn't change it, you might as well appreciate the interesting parts. "George is the other twin. Percy's the serious one." A pause. "Don't let Percy corner you. He'll talk about cauldron regulations." Harry smiled, that crooked warm smile. "I'll be careful." The compartment door slid open again, and this time it was a girl with very bushy hair and an armful of books, a different book carrying energy than Harry's, which was contained and purposeful. Hers was energetic, slightly overloaded, the book's a natural extension of her. She was looking into compartments with an expression of organized purpose. "Have you seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toad," Ron said. "No toad," Harry confirmed. The girl's gaze landed on Harry with the same quality that McGonagall's had, but faster, much faster, the rapid sharp focus of someone who had very good pattern recognition and used it constantly. She looked at his eyes. She looked at his book. She looked at him. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Not with the starstruck quality that most people managed, more like someone checking a reference against a source. "I am," Harry said. "I read about you," she said. "In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and several other," she stopped. "Sorry. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read everything I could get about the wizarding world since I found out I was a witch. It's fascinating. Though I have to say the history is badly written in most of the texts, they treat the pre-Roman magical traditions as basically irrelevant, which is obviously wrong given how much of core magical theory traces back to Egypt," Harry said. Hermione stopped. "And Mesopotamia," Harry continued, "and the sub-Saharan traditions, and what eventually became the Vedic system further east. Most European magical historians take the last 2,000 years of European magical development and treat it as the whole tradition, which is," he paused, and reached for the word R.A. would have used. "Impressively audacious." Hermione sat down. She sat down the way people sit when they have discovered an unexpectedly interesting conversation and have decided, immediately and completely, that this is now their priority. "You know about the pre-Roman traditions," she said. "Quite well," Harry said. "The standard texts barely mention them." "No," Harry agreed. "The standard texts are, in a few areas, comprehensively wrong." He said it without malice, just as a factual observation. Hermione looked at him with an expression that Harry recognized from Isis, the look of someone whose mental model of a situation has just been significantly upgraded and who is already 5 steps into updating all the adjacent models as a result. "I'm going to sit here," she said. "If that's all right." "Fine with me," Ron said, with the tone of someone who has resigned himself to the rest of the train journey being educational. The three of them talked for a while, about Hogwarts, about what they expected, about the Wizarding World's history, which Hermione had studied with extraordinary thoroughness in 5 months of Mortal World preparation. Harry listened as much as he spoke, which was by instinct. Osiris had taught him that the most information-rich position in any conversation was the listening one, and Harry had a particular quality of attention that made people feel, when he was listening, that they were being genuinely heard. Hermione, who was used to being talked over, responded to this by becoming more interesting, elaborating on ideas she would usually have kept compact. Ron, who was used to being in a large family and therefore performed confidence as social necessity, relaxed into his actual self, which was observant and funny with a dry wit that caught Harry off guard the first time and delighted him. "Do you know what house you want?" Hermione asked. "Not particularly," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "Isn't there? I mean, everyone's got a preference, haven't they?" "I'll end up where I end up," Harry said. "The Sorting Hat decides based on character. I know what I am. Whatever the hat decides to call it, that's fine." "That's a very calm way of looking at it," Hermione said. "I'm a calm person," Harry said. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry clocked with mild interest. It was the look of two people who had just independently arrived at the same question about someone they were both slightly baffled by, the question being, who is this person, exactly? They were starting to become a unit, those two, Harry noticed, connected by the process of being in the same place and finding the same things interesting and confusing. He liked it. He went back to his book and left them to discover each other. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the dark, the train releasing its passengers into a cold September night that smelled of Scottish mountains and lake water and, very faintly, of old magic, the deep-settled kind that comes from a place that has been the site of concentrated magical activity for a long time. Harry stepped off the train and felt it immediately, Hogwarts. The castle, which he could see across the lake, larger than any description had prepared him for, something that was both structure and presence, that sat on its hill with the authority of something that had watched a great deal of history pass and intended to watch a great deal more. He also felt, much more quietly, the thing in the castle that didn't belong. It was subtle. He would have missed it if Osiris hadn't spent years teaching him to read the precise texture of spaces, to feel where the natural pattern of a place was intact and where something had been inserted that the pattern was working around, compensating for, the same way living tissue compensates for a foreign object. The castle's magical pattern was ancient and rich and in most places entirely healthy. But there was a thread in it, very thin, that ran counter to everything else. A thread that was cold where the castle was warm, contracted where the castle was expansive. Something in the castle that was afraid, Harry thought. Afraid and hungry and not quite present, not quite there, but trying to be. He filed it and followed Hagrid's enormous shape toward the boats. The great hall was, objectively, extraordinary. Harry walked into it and looked at the bewitched ceiling, the September sky, navy and starless with cloud, and felt the rightness of it, the same impulse that had built the open-roof temples of Karnak, to put sky above a place of gathering and make the connection between the human and the cosmological visible and constant. He approved of whoever had designed it. He also felt the eyes. Not all of them, 1,000 students was too many to track individually, but the particular quality of attention that had concentrated at the tables as he walked in with the other first years. The whisper current that moved through the hall like a wave when people started recognizing the name, passing it back and back. Potter. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He walked through it without breaking stride, without looking for it, without shrinking from it. He was not going to shrink. He had been named in the language of origins, witnessed by gods, and the weight of it sat in him like bedrock. Let them look. He stood with the first years and waited. The Sorting Hat sang, which he had read about and was still stranger in person than on the page, and then the list began. He spent the sorting process examining the faculty table. McGonagall was there, precise and watchful, flicking glances toward the first years in a way that was clearly professional assessment. He found the defense against the dark arts teacher by the simple method of identifying the presence that felt wrong at the staff table, a thin man with a turban and an anxious, tightly held quality, who was sitting next to a large man with a blonde beard and a smile that never quite matched his eyes. Quirrell and Lockhart, he suspected. No. Quirrell and something in Quirrell. He kept his face neutral and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was already looking at him. The headmaster was exactly as described, very old, very powerful, the deep-settled power of someone who had been building magical knowledge for a century and had genuine mastery of European wizarding methods. His eyes, bright blue, famously described as capable of seeing through anything, were fixed on Harry with an expression that Harry read precisely, interested, calculating, and trying not to be obvious about either. Harry met his gaze steadily. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, just fractionally. Harry looked away first, not because he was uncomfortable but because it felt rude to stare. Potter, Harry. He walked up to the stool and sat down and put the hat on his head. The hat went quiet for almost 4 full seconds, which was, he gathered from the quality of the silence in the hall, unusual. He could feel it touching his mind, which was a peculiar sensation, like someone opening a door to a room they expected to be a closet and finding themselves instead at the edge of an enormous landscape. Well, the hat said, inside his skull. Its mental voice was old and rather dry and faintly surprised. That is something. Is it? Harry said internally, politely. Most students, the hat said, I am sorting between 4 categories. With you I'm not, you simply don't fit the usual, there's something here that's, a pause. Harry got the impression of an intelligence very rapidly recalibrating. You could be in any of them and it would be partially true. You have Gryffindor's capacity for action and absolute refusal to back down. You have Ravenclaw's mind, a very serious mind, that. You have Hufflepuff's, that's interesting, you have Hufflepuff's particular quality of loyalty, not earned cheaply. And Slytherin's ambition, though it doesn't look like theirs. What does mine look like? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Like something much older than ambition, the hat said slowly. Like purpose. There's a difference. Another pause. Where do you want to go? I told my friends I'd let you decide. Diplomatic, the hat said, with what might have been amusement. All right. Then I'll tell you what I see. I see someone who is going to walk into this school and through this school, and whatever happens here is going to be shaped by that, by you. The house matters less than it normally does. A beat. But Gryffindor will be where you put down roots. Where the people who will matter most to you already are, or will be. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry removed the hat, handed it back with a nod of genuine respect, and walked to the red and gold table. He sat down. Across the table a round-faced boy was watching him with wide eyes and a toad clutched in both hands. Found it, then, Harry said, nodding at the toad. The boy blinked. Trevor. He keeps, yes. Sorry. He swallowed. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. Harry looked at Neville properly, with the particular attention Osiris had taught him to give to people worth paying attention to. What he saw was someone who had been told, repeatedly, systematically, probably by people who should have known better, that they were less than they were. It sat on him visibly, that accumulated verdict, the way a mispronunciation sits in someone's voice long after they've learned the right sound. You're nervous about the castle, Harry said. Terrified, Neville said, with the refreshing honesty of someone too anxious for pretense. Don't be, Harry said simply. Not as reassurance, as a statement of his actual assessment. You're going to be fine here. Neville looked at him with the cautious expression of someone who has been given empty comfort before and knows the difference. But there was something in Harry's voice that was apparently different from empty comfort, some quality of certainty, because the look shifted, slightly, towards something that was not quite trust but was its antechamber. Ron dropped into the seat beside Harry at the end of the sorting, grinning. Gryffindor. Fred and George'll be pleased. They bet Percy it'd be 50-50 on either of us going somewhere else. He caught Hermione arriving on Harry's other side. You too. Right, we're a proper set. He looked satisfied with this. Hermione sat down and opened her mouth, which Harry suspected would produce several thoughts about the sorting process and its theoretical basis, and then the food arrived, and Hermione made a different kind of face entirely, the face of someone who had skipped lunch in the excitement of the train ride and was not going to make that mistake again. Across the table, Neville fed Trevor a small piece of roll and looked, for the first time since Harry had seen him, like someone who had tentatively decided that a place might be all right. Harry ate his dinner and watched the faculty table and thought about the cold thread in the castle's pattern, and about the stone, and about Quirrell, and about the year ahead. When Dumbledore stood to give his opening remarks, Harry gave him proper attention. He was an excellent speaker, genuinely excellent, not performatively so. The warmth in him was real, not constructed. His concern for the students in the room was real. Harry had grown up with R.A., who was perhaps the most genuinely warm enormous entity in existence, and had developed a precise calibration for the difference between real warmth and its imitation, and Dumbledore's was real. He was also, Harry sensed, working from an incomplete picture. Not through any fault of willingness, through limitation of paradigm. Dumbledore saw the world through a century of accumulated European magical wisdom, which was substantial and genuine and, in certain crucial areas, insufficient. He was managing a situation he understood less well than he believed he did, and he believed he understood it quite well. He's watching you, Hermione said quietly, leaning toward Harry. I noticed, Harry said. Does that bother you? Harry considered. It would bother me if you were watching me with bad intent, he said. He's not. He's watching me because he thinks I'm important and he's trying to figure out what kind of important, and he doesn't have all the pieces. That's just, someone trying to understand a situation. He picked up his goblet. I'd do the same. Hermione looked at him in that way she'd been doing since the train, the rapid, focused recalibration look. You're very strange, she said. I mean that as a compliment. I've been thinking about it since the train and I can't work out. She stopped, and then, with the bravery of someone who has decided that uncertainty is less comfortable than direct questions, where were you before this? Really? You said something to Malfoy in the alley, 2 very old Egyptians and a goddess of magic, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. I wasn't joking, Harry said. A long pause. Hermione Granger, who had spent 5 months reading every wizarding text she could get her hands on and had built a fairly comprehensive model of the magical world, was doing a particular kind of thinking, the kind where you receive information that doesn't fit the existing model and have to decide, very quickly, whether to dismiss the information or update the model. She updated the model. Egyptian magical tradition, she said. Primary tradition. Pre-wand. Yes, Harry said. And that's why your eyes, yes. And why you were reading about elemental theory on the train. Yes. She sat with this. I have so many questions, she said. I imagine, Harry said. You can ask them. Not all at once. Ron, who had been listening while eating an alarming amount of roast potatoes, paused. So when you said 2 old Egyptians, Ra and Osiris, Harry said. Ron put his fork down. Picked it up again. Thought about this. Right, he said, in a tone that Harry liked enormously, the tone of someone who had encountered something completely outside their reference frame and had decided the most efficient response was just to believe it and move on. Right, okay. Do they have opinions about Hogwarts? RA thinks the wand is an overly more actions request aborted. Right, the next chapter now. Chapter 3, The River Beneath the Castle. The thing about Hogwarts was that it had a sound. Not the obvious sounds, students in corridors, portraits arguing, staircases grinding their slow pivots between floors. Those were the surface sounds. Underneath all of that, if you were quiet enough and paid the right kind of attention, the castle had its own voice, a low, continuous presence, like the sound a large stone makes when you press your ear against it on a warm day. Old. Deep. A building that had been saturated with magic for 1,000 years had a personality the same way a person did, accumulated and specific, and Hogwarts' personality was, Harry decided in the first week, fundamentally good-natured with strong opinions about certain things. He could feel it in the walls when he pressed his palm flat against them sometimes, passing through a corridor before anyone else was up. The castle acknowledged him in a way that was difficult to explain, not dramatically, not with obvious magical response, but the way a sleeping dog acknowledges a person it trusts. A shift in the texture of the stone under his hand, a warmth that came and went. He didn't mention this to anyone. It was just a thing he noticed. He also, at 6 every morning, went to the highest point he could access without triggering the castle's various wards on restricted areas, a window seat at the top of the astronomy tower that was technically accessible to all students, and watched the sunrise. This was not optional. 7 years of Ra's training had built it into the structure of his days the way breathing was built in, the morning light as calibration, as renewal, as the daily reminder of what he was connected to. He sat in the window and let the gold come up over the mountains and felt it settle into him, and it was not a dramatic experience. It was simply necessary, like water. On the 4th morning, he arrived at the window and Hermione was already there. She was sitting on the other end of the window seat with a book open on her knees and a look of complete absorption that suggested she had been there for some time. She looked up when he sat down, clocked his expression, and went back to her book without comment. They sat in companionable silence through the sunrise. After, when the gold had settled and Harry was himself again, fully, his eyes their deepest green, his hand steady, she said, without looking up, "You do this every morning." "Yes," Harry said. "Because of R.A. Because of R.A. She turned a page. "Does it do something? Practically? Or is it, both?" Harry said. "Practically it's a recalibration, the solar connection requires maintenance, otherwise it drifts over time. And it's just right. The way some things are just right." Hermione nodded as though this were a perfectly satisfactory scientific explanation, which Harry appreciated. "I come up here to read before breakfast because the common room is loud," she said. "Everyone in Gryffindor is very loud before they've had breakfast." "Ron is very loud before he's had breakfast," Harry said. "Ron is very loud in general," Hermione said, with the fond exasperation of someone who has decided, after approximately 4 days, that they are inexplicably committed to a friendship they didn't plan for. Harry smiled and looked out at the mountains. "I was reading about Egyptian magical history last night," Hermione said. "The academic texts, not the Wizarding World's version, which is appalling. I found a Muggle academic edition in the library, someone's put several there, I think a former Muggle studies professor must have, and the linguistic analysis of the ceremonial dialect suggests that the words aren't functioning as spells so much as they're functioning as descriptions," Harry said. "The word is a description of the thing's nature, precise enough that saying it correctly changes how the thing behaves." Hermione stared at him. "That's completely different from wand magic." "Yes. Wand magic is more like, you're creating a channel, and the word is a trigger for the channel, but in the old system the word is the magic," Harry said. "There's no intermediary. The understanding is the act. You have to understand the thing so precisely that your description of it is indistinguishable from the thing itself." "That's much harder," Hermione said. "Much," Harry agreed. She looked at him with that expression, the upgrading one. "Can you show me?" she asked. "Not anything dramatic. Just, something small." Harry looked at the mountains, where the sun was now fully up and the light was doing something interesting to the snowcaps, that high, brilliant gold of early September at altitude. He held out his right hand, palm up, and focused on the light in the way R.A. had first taught him, feeling it as light rather than warmth, finding the threshold quality of it, the potential. He didn't say anything. He didn't need the words for something this small. The light gathered in his palm, not glowing, not blazing, simply concentrating, the quality of the light there becoming richer and more present than the light around it, like a note of music picked out from a chord. It sat in his palm for a moment, genuinely warm, and cast a small circle of gold on Hermione's book. He let it go. Hermione looked at where it had been. That was completely silent, she said. Yes. No wand. No incantation. No. The light came because you understood it, she said slowly. Not because you commanded it. Because I know it, Harry said. There's a difference between commanding something and knowing it well enough that it responds to the relationship. Hermione sat with this for a long moment, and Harry could see her building something in her head, fitting this into the framework of everything else she knew, finding where it changed things, what it implied. She was genuinely remarkable at it, that rapid structural thinking. He'd met Isis, who processed information like water finding the lowest point in a landscape, instantly, comprehensively, inevitably. Hermione's thinking was like that but human-paced, which meant you could actually watch it happen. I want to understand this properly, she said. I know, Harry said. I'll help when I can. She nodded, satisfied, and went back to her book. The castle settled around them in the morning quiet, and Harry could feel the warmth of the connection to Ra steady in his chest, exactly where it was supposed to be. Classes were, in general, interesting. McGonagall's transfiguration was the best by a significant margin, which Harry had expected. She taught with the precision of someone who found imprecision physically painful, and the depth of her knowledge was obvious. She was not teaching from a script, she was teaching from 50 years of understanding a discipline. Harry liked her extremely and suspected this was mutual, though McGonagall expressed mutuality through the medium of being slightly sharper and more demanding with people she respected, which he had figured out by the second lesson. Potter, she said, on the third class, when everyone was practicing the matchstick-to-needle transfiguration and Harry had produced a needle on the first attempt and was sitting with his hands folded. If you've nothing to do with your hands, kindly explain to me the theoretical basis of molecular restructuring as it applies to transfiguration at the cross-material level. Harry explained it. He did so for about 2 minutes, concisely, covering the theory from its foundational principles. McGonagall listened with her arms crossed and the expression of someone who is trying to decide whether to be pleased or suspicious and is managing to be both simultaneously. Where did you learn that? She asked. I had tutors, Harry said. Before Hogwarts. Clearly. She looked at him for a moment longer. Can you do the cross-material version? The needle back to matchstick is first year. What you've just described is, third year at least, Harry said. I can try. He looked at the needle, found the nature of the wood in it, not entirely gone, just restructured, the memory of it still present in the way Osiris had taught him that things held their histories, and brought it back. The matchstick sat on the desk, perfect, with the faint warmth of having recently been something else. The classroom went quiet. McGonagall looked at the matchstick for a moment. See me after class, Mr. Potter, she said, in a voice that gave absolutely nothing away, and moved on. After class she gave him a book, a fifth-year theory text, with the no-nonsense efficiency of someone who has identified a mismatch between curriculum and student and is going to address it practically without making a production of it. Don't do work beyond the curriculum in class unless I ask for it, she said. The other students don't need the discouragement. Understood, Harry said. And Potter. She paused. Something moved briefly across her face, not sentiment exactly, but adjacent to it, the professional version of something personal. Your mother was extremely gifted at transfiguration. Exceptional instincts. She said it the way facts are stated, cleanly, without decoration, but Harry heard what was underneath it. Thank you, he said. She nodded and he left, feeling the weight of that, Lily Potter, transfiguration prodigy, woman who had loved him enough to die for him. He held it carefully, the way Isis had taught him to hold loss, fully, without flinching, without making it small, but without letting it become the heaviest thing. Charms with Flitwick was genuinely enjoyable. The tiny professor ran his class with infectious enthusiasm and an encyclopedic knowledge of charm theory that Harry respected. Potions was Snape, and Snape was interesting. He walked into the first potions lesson with the quality of someone who expected the class to arrange itself around his mood, which Harry found observationally noteworthy, and he began with the particular pedagogical technique of using questions as a weapon, asking the class things they couldn't possibly know yet to establish a dynamic of inadequacy. He fixed on Harry almost immediately. Harry had expected this. He'd read enough about Snape in the histories and Hermione's preparatory research to know the shape of the man, exceptional intelligence, genuine mastery of his subject, nursing an extremely specific set of grudges that had calcified over time into something that walked like personality. "Potter," Snape said, mid-lecture, with the tone of someone laying a trap with the flap propped on a stick. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "A powerful sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death," Harry said. He hadn't looked up from his notes. Snape paused. "Fractionally. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "A goat's stomach," Harry said. "Though the stomach of a mountain goat specifically produces the most effective ones, the mineral content of their diet affects the stone composition." The pause was longer this time. "What is the difference?" Snape said, and his voice had acquired a new quality, still sharp, but differently so, recalibrating the same way McGonagall had, between monkshood and wolfsbane. "Nothing," Harry said. "They're the same plant. Also called aconite. You're testing whether I know they're the same thing rather than treating them as genuinely distinct, which is a fairly common confusion in introductory texts." The classroom was absolutely silent. Snape looked at him with his black eyes. Harry looked back. He wasn't being combative, he'd answered every question honestly and directly, as questions deserved to be answered. He wasn't performing anything. He was simply present and accurate. "It seems," Snape said, very quietly, "that Mr. Potter has indeed opened a book." He moved on. For the rest of the lesson he asked Harry nothing, which was fine. Harry was interested in potions on its own terms, the chemistry of it was genuinely complex, the intersection of plant properties and magical reaction was a field with actual depth. He worked through the assignment precisely and produced a result that Snape assessed without comment and then gave a full mark to with the expression of someone doing something slightly against their will. After class, Ron said, "He hated you a bit less by the end." "He doesn't hate anyone," Harry said, packing his things. "He's angry. It's different." "What's he angry about?" "My father, mostly, I think," Harry said. "Old story. We can ask Hermione, she probably found the relevant details in something." Hermione had found the relevant details. She had found them in a biography of notable Hogwarts alumni that she'd located in the library's back stacks, and she summarized them that evening in the common room with her characteristic precision, and Harry listened and thought about the concept of a person who had loved someone and been rejected and turned that love into its acidic opposite and carried it for 20 years, and felt the specific sadness of it. Not sympathy that excused the behavior. Snape's approach to teaching Harry's year was genuinely unjust and Harry had no intention of allowing himself to be diminished by it. But sadness, yes. The kind Osiris had taught him to carry for things that were broken in ways they didn't have to be. "He's not going to be a problem," Harry said. "He's already a problem for Neville," Hermione said, with heat. "He reduced him to almost tears in the second lesson and Neville's actually quite careful with his work if you look. His notes are excellent, he just gets nervous when people watch him and then he overcorrects." "I know," Harry said. "I've been watching." "What are you going to do about it?" Ron asked, with the tone of someone who didn't necessarily have a plan himself but was interested in Harry's. "I'm going to work with Neville on the practical side," Harry said. "If his fundamentals are solid, the nerves become less central to the outcome." "He'll still be awful to him in class," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "But Neville will know that Snape is wrong, which is different from not knowing." They started working with Neville 2 evenings a week. Harry had a specific quality in teaching that he hadn't known he had until he started doing it, the same quality that Isis had used with him, the ability to focus entirely on the gap between what someone understood and what they needed to understand, without judgment about the gap, just interest in bridging it. Neville, under this treatment, began to improve with a speed that surprised him and pleased Harry and made Hermione take notes, because she was taking notes on everything. By the third week, Neville had accidentally produced a perfect boil-cure potion by simply not panicking, and he looked at it with the expression of someone who has been told repeatedly they are not good at something and has just caught the thing they were told they couldn't hold. "That's what you are without the noise," Harry said quietly, and Neville looked at him with something in his face that was not quite the confidence that belonged there yet but was learning its dimensions. The defense against the dark arts classroom had a cold to it. Harry noticed it every lesson, not the castle's natural stone cold, which was honest and consistent, but a different cold, the cold of something held at a wrong temperature, compressed and contained. He sat in the front row, because he found Quirrell more interesting than the content and wanted to be close enough to observe. Quirrell taught with a stammer that Harry suspected was at least partly performed. He had Osiris's training for reading the authenticity of physical tells, and Quirrell's stammer had the slight mechanical quality of a habit being reproduced rather than a genuine disruption. Mostly genuine, perhaps, now. But it had started as something practiced. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head never said anything Harry could hear. But it was present, dense and cold and wrong in the way only things that have violated the natural order are wrong. Whenever Harry felt it, he thought of Osiris's description, a soul pinned between states, reduced with every violation, barely recognizable as what it started as. He felt the pity of that alongside the danger of it, because Harry had been taught to feel both simultaneously and not let either override the other. On the 5th week, Quirrell cancelled class citing illness and Harry used the period to go to the third-floor corridor. Not through the locked door, he could feel the ward on it from 20 feet away, a strong layered thing that someone competent had constructed with actual care. He didn't try the door. He just stood in the corridor and paid attention, the full Osiris-trained, Isis-refined quality of attention, and read the space. Something was down there. Something significant, sitting at the center of a series of magical containments that were, he thought, more elaborate than they needed to be for standard security. 7 layers at least, each distinct. That was unusual. Standard high-security magical containment in the wizarding world was 2 or 3 layers. 7 suggested either extreme paranoia or a very specific threat model. He thought about what Osiris had felt in the Duat, the stone moving. He thought about Quirrell and the thing inhabiting him, hungry and contracted, pushing towards something, reaching. 7 layers of security and a very hungry fragment of a violated soul. The geometry of this was not complex. The stone was in this castle, and Voldemort knew it. Harry stood in the corridor for a long moment, feeling the cold of the wrong thing somewhere ahead of him, feeling the castle's own warmth at his back, and thought. He was not alarmed. He was not frightened. He was doing what Osiris had taught him to do when presented with a developing situation, map it completely before moving. Understand before acting. Know every thread before you pull any of them. He turned and walked back toward the main castle, already thinking. That evening he told Ron and Hermione. Not everything, not the full extent of his understanding of what Voldemort was and what was happening. He gave them the immediate practical picture, something valuable and magically significant was being stored behind the locked door, and the defense against the dark arts teacher was not entirely himself and had apparent interest in getting to it. Ron stared at him. You think Quirrell, what, is evil? I think Quirrell is compromised, Harry said. Whether he walked into it willingly or was taken into it, I'm not sure. But something is using him. Something, Hermione said carefully. Harry looked at her. Voldemort, she said. Ron made the involuntary sound that people who had grown up in the wizarding world made at the name, not quite a flinch, more a deep, instinctive recoil. Harry watched this with a kind of compassion. The name had been weaponized by fear until fear was its primary meaning. Yes, Harry said. Not all of him, he's in pieces, right now. But enough of him to be a problem. How do you know that? Ron said. About him being in pieces. I know what dark magic of that magnitude does to a soul, Harry said simply. I've been taught how to read it. He paused. I'm not going to detail everything right now. But what's important is, whatever is behind that door, Quirrell is trying to get to it, and we need to understand the situation better before it develops. We should tell Dumbledore, Hermione said immediately. Dumbledore knows the stone is there, Harry said. He arranged the security. He knows something may be trying to get to it. What he doesn't necessarily know is that Quirrell is the immediate vector. He looked at his hands. I'll address Quirrell in my own time. There's no urgency yet, whatever's down there is sufficiently protected that a direct attempt isn't imminent. But I want to know the full picture first. In your own time, Ron repeated. You're talking about you-know-who. I know, Harry said. Does that not? Ron stopped. Started again. Is it weird that nothing seems to scare you? Harry considered the question honestly, the way he considered everything. I was raised by death, he said. Not dramatically. Not grimly. Just, Osiris is who he is, and you learn that death is part of the order of things, that it is not the worst thing, and you stop being afraid of it. And once you're not afraid of death, most other things become much more manageable. Ron thought about this for a long time. Okay, he said, finally, in that tone Harry had come to love, the tone of just believing and moving on. Okay. So what do we do now? Now, Harry said, we do homework. And we keep watching. The Halloween troll arrived in the middle of the feast. Harry felt it before Quirrell's announcement, felt it the way he felt all wrong things in the castle, as a disruption in the texture of the space. Something large and misaligned, its magical signature crude and blunt, moving through corridors that were empty because everyone was at the feast. He tracked the direction of it on the internal map he had been building of the castle for 6 weeks and reached a conclusion 2 seconds before Quirrell threw open the doors. Troll, he said quietly to Ron. Ron looked at him. What? In the dungeon, Quirrell announced from the doors, with his best terrified professor delivery. Thought you should know. The feast erupted into screaming. Prefects began organizing the evacuation. Harry stood, already moving differently from the crowd, not toward the exit but laterally, doing the specific calculation. Hermione, Ron said suddenly, grabbing Harry's arm. She doesn't know. She was in the bathroom, she was upset earlier, she went to the bathroom and she hasn't come back, and if the troll, dungeons, Harry said. Which bathroom? She said she was going to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. The troll was heading toward the 2nd floor, Harry said. I could feel it. They went. Not running, moving with purpose through the evacuating crowd, crossing against the flow of it. Ron was fast, Harry noticed, faster than he looked, moving with the practicality of someone who had grown up with brothers and learned to navigate chaos as a matter of survival. They reached the bathroom corridor and heard it from 20 feet away, the particular sound of a very large thing in a very small space that was not designed for it, and somewhere underneath the concrete sound of damage being done, a girl's voice, high and terrified. Harry walked through the bathroom door. Not burst through it. Walked through it. The troll was 12 feet of gray-green mountain troll, which meant it was on the smaller end of its species but was still approximately as large as a compact car standing upright, and it was in the process of bringing a club the size of a small tree down on a bathroom cubicle while Hermione flattened herself against the far wall with both arms up. Harry stepped in front of the troll. The troll looked at him. Harry looked at the troll. He raised his right hand, palm facing the troll, and pushed. Not a violent push, not raw force, not a blast. Something more fundamental, the light weight of things, the assessment quality, the sunlight that showed things as they were. It came from his palm in a wave of gold that was warm and entirely without mercy, and it hit the troll full in the face. The troll sat down. This was not something trolls did. Trolls did not sit. Trolls fell over or charged or continued doing what they were doing regardless of magical interference. This one sat down with the dazed compliance of something whose brain had been, briefly and non-permanently, shown the precise weight of the universe and found it more than it could argue with. It blinked. Harry lowered his hand. He looked at Hermione. "Are you hurt?" Hermione slid down the wall slightly. No. I'm not. What did you, are you all right, yes or no?" Harry said, gentle and precise. "Yes." She straightened. "Yes. I'm fine." Ron appeared in the doorway behind Harry, slightly out of breath, took in the scene, Hermione against the wall, Harry standing in the middle of the room, 12-foot troll sitting on the floor like a confused toddler, and made the face of someone whose day has included several genuinely unexpected developments. "Right," he said. Harry turned back to the troll. It was recovering, the gold was wearing off, replaced by the returning dull anger that was the troll's default state. It began to push itself up. "No," Harry said. The word was not loud. It was not a spell. It was said in the language of origins, just that single syllable, the word that in the ceremonial dialect meant stop but meant it the way a wall means stop, not as a suggestion but as a structural fact. It came out with the deep backing of Ra and Osiris both, the full weight of 7 years, and the troll went back down. It stayed down. Harry looked at it for a moment, feeling slightly sorry for it. Trolls had rudimentary sentience and limited emotional range, and this one had been introduced into the castle deliberately, which meant it was as much a victim of tonight's events as Hermione. He found the precise thread of its confusion, the place where it was hurting and afraid underneath the violence, and did something small and quiet with his healing sense, not healing so much as calming, the way you calm a frightened animal. The troll put its head down on the stone floor and closed its eyes. Behind him, Ron said, in a voice of genuine wonder, "Did you just put a troll to sleep?" "Mostly," Harry said. "It'll be groggy for a while and then it'll need to be removed from the castle. Someone should tell the professors." "The professors are coming," Hermione said, from near the wall. She had straightened fully now, and her face had gone through several expressions in rapid succession and landed on something that was a combination of shaken and fascinated and fiercely focused in the way of someone who has just experienced something she wants to understand completely. "I can hear them in the corridor." McGonagall arrived first, and Snape behind her, and Quirrell behind Snape. McGonagall's eyes tracked the room in 1 second, troll on the floor, 3 first-years standing around it, bathroom otherwise empty, no visible injuries, and then went to Harry with the look she'd been using on him since the first week, the one that was becoming a permanent feature. She said nothing yet. Snape looked at Harry. His black eyes did the same rapid assessment. Something moved through his expression, not the usual quality but something different, something that was almost involuntary. Quirrell was looking at the troll. And at Harry. His stammer had vanished entirely for the duration of his looking, which was, Harry noted, interesting. The cold thing on the back of his head was alert in a way it hadn't been before, focused, more present than usual, turned toward Harry with a quality that was somewhere between assessment and recognition. Harry returned the look steadily, and said nothing. "Would someone," McGonagall said, in a voice of extraordinary professional control, "care to explain what has happened here?" "The troll came in," Harry said. "Hermione was already in the bathroom and couldn't get out. We came to find her and I immobilized the troll. It should remain that way for several hours." McGonagall looked at the sleeping 12-foot troll. She looked at Harry. She performed a rapid internal calculation that was visible on her face if you knew how to read it. "Immobilized," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "How?" Snape said. It wasn't quite a question. "I pushed back on its aggression," Harry said. "And then I put it to sleep." "Using what?" Snape said. The question was precise, leaning forward from him. "My hands," Harry said simply. A silence. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said finally. The tone of it was not the tone of 5 points. It was the tone of someone who has decided that the most dignified response to an extraordinary situation is a very normal-sounding response. 4. Presence of mind in a dangerous situation. 10 points to Mr. Weasley for going for help. She said the second one without looking at Ron, and Ron opened his mouth and then shut it, understanding apparently without being told that help in this context was his official role in the story and he was going to stick with it. "Come with me," McGonagall said to Harry. "I'd like a word." They stood in the corridor while Snape and Quirrell dealt with the troll, and McGonagall looked at Harry with the full focused attention that made her formidable. 5 points was not adequate for what happened in there, she said quietly. "It wasn't necessary to make a thing of it," Harry said. "You're aware that you did something in there that a grown wizard would find challenging." "I'm aware," Harry said. "And you're not concerned about people knowing that you can do." "I'm not concerned about people knowing what I can do," Harry said. He met her eyes steadily. "I'm not hiding anything, Professor. I'm not performing modesty. I came here to learn and I came here to be part of this community. But I was also trained, very specifically, by people with very specific knowledge, for 7 years. What I am is what I am." He paused. "I'd rather it was known than rumored." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Then she did something she didn't often do, she dropped the professional armor, just for a moment, and spoke to him as one person to another. "Who trained you?" she asked. "I told Hermione," Harry said. "I'm not sure you'd believe me." "Try me," she said. "I've been teaching for 40 years and I've learned to believe a great deal." Harry told her. He gave her the summary, the Duat, Ra and Osiris, 7 years, the naming ceremony, what he was. He watched her face as he talked. It went through several things, all of which were visible if you watched carefully: skepticism, recalibration, the specific transition from "I don't think this is true" to "I don't have any framework for whether this is true or not," and then to something quieter and more honest, which was just listening. She said nothing for a long moment after he finished. Then, "Dumbledore will want to speak with you." "I expect so," Harry said. "Does that? I'll speak with him," Harry said easily. "I have no issue with that." "You have no issue with anything," McGonagall observed, with the tone of someone finding this simultaneously impressive and slightly unsettling. "I have issues with injustice," Harry said. "And with the mistreatment of people who can't defend themselves. Outside of that, most things can be discussed." McGonagall looked at him for another moment. "Go back to the feast," she said. "What's left of it? And Potter," she paused. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Properly." He went back to the feast. Hermione and Ron were waiting in the corridor and fell in on either side of him. "McGonagall believed you?" Hermione asked. "Partially," Harry said. "Enough." "About the gods," Ron said, with the tone of someone still processing. "The actual gods?" "Yes. She just accepted that. She's a very good teacher," Harry said. "Good teachers accept things they can't fully explain yet, because otherwise they stop learning." Ron thought about this. "My mum would have so many feelings about this whole situation," he said, and the way he said it, fond, warm, the specific warmth of someone who has a large, present family and takes the texture of them for granted in the best way, made Harry feel something he didn't immediately have a word for. Not envy. Not quite longing. Something more like recognition, the awareness of something he'd missed without knowing its specific shape, filling in slightly. They went back to the feast. In November, Dumbledore invited Harry for tea. Not summoned, invited, with a note that was courteous and used the word "if you have time," which Harry found respectful and sat with for a moment before deciding that it was genuine rather than performative. The headmaster's office was everything he'd read about and slightly more: instruments Harry couldn't fully identify, portraits of former headmasters with varying degrees of actual engagement, the sword of Gryffindor, and Fawkes, who was sitting on his perch near the window and raised his head when Harry walked in with the focused interest of an intelligent creature recognizing something. Harry looked at Fawkes. Fawkes looked at Harry. The phoenix made a single, short sound, not a full song, just a note, warm and clean. Harry reached out his hand without thinking, and Fawkes pressed his head into it with the easy familiarity of an animal that has just confirmed a hypothesis it was fairly confident about. That, Dumbledore said, from behind his desk, is unusual. Fawkes is not typically forthcoming with new acquaintances. I spent 7 years in a place adjacent to what phoenixes are adjacent to, Harry said, and sat down in the offered chair. He can probably feel that. Dumbledore sat across from him, folded his hands on the desk, and looked at Harry with those bright blue eyes. Up close, the weight of him was considerable, not threatening, but present, the full gravity of a very powerful wizard who had lived a very long time and paid a great deal of attention to it. Harry returned the look without any of the discomfort it was presumably designed to create in most people, not because he was performing ease but because he simply had nothing to be uncomfortable about. "I've been wondering," Dumbledore said pleasantly, "where you were for the last 7 years. "I know you have," Harry said. "I could feel the tracking charms. 3 of them, placed in the original wards on the cupboard at Privet Drive, designed to alert you when I moved." A pause. "You could feel them?" "Yes. They didn't follow me where I went, which I suspect was unusual for them." "It was," Dumbledore said. Something shifted in his eyes, the recalibration, which was more subtle in him than in anyone else but visible if you were paying the right kind of attention. "They simply lost you. Something I've not encountered before." I was concerned. "Were you going to do something about the cupboard?" Harry asked. The question was completely without accusation, it was a genuine question, delivered with genuine curiosity. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "In time," he said. "I hoped that circumstances would improve." 7 years is a long time to wait for circumstances to improve, Harry said. Another pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said. There was something in the word, not defensiveness, not the defensive posture of someone being attacked, but the quality of someone genuinely taking something on board. Harry respected that. It would have been easy for a man of Dumbledore's age and position and unquestionable intelligence to respond with justification. He hadn't. "I want to be straightforward with you," Harry said, "because I think you're the kind of person who responds better to directness than maneuvering, and I'm not particularly interested in maneuvering anyway." He leaned forward slightly. "I know about the stone. I know it's below the 3rd floor. I know what Quirrell is carrying and what it wants with the stone. I have been aware of this since approximately the 1st week of term." Dumbledore looked at him. "I am not going to act on it impulsively," Harry continued. "I have the patience for this to develop somewhat, and I want to understand a full picture before the confrontation. But I am going to have the confrontation, and I wanted you to know that, rather than have you manage a situation around me without knowing what I'm capable of or what I intend." Dumbledore was quiet for several long seconds. His expression was, Harry found it difficult to fully read, and this was unusual, and he took note of it. Not that Dumbledore was hiding anything specific, but that his face was simply the product of a more complex and longer history than Harry had yet learned to read fluently. Like trying to read a very old text in a language you know but haven't practiced in. "You're 11 years old," Dumbledore said. "In this life," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him carefully. "What does that mean?" "It means that my soul is considerably older than this body," Harry said. "And that I was educated by Osiris, Lord of Death and Rebirth, and Ra, the Sun, and Isis, Goddess of Magic, for 7 years in the realm adjacent to death. I am not claiming this as performance. I am stating it as relevant biographical context." Another long silence. "I believe you," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry looked at him. "You believe me easily." "I've lived 160 years, Dumbledore said. "I have encountered things that rewrote my understanding of what was possible at least 30 times. I am not going to spend the energy disbelieving something that a great deal of contextual evidence supports, simply because it makes me uncomfortable." He tilted his head. You have ancient Egyptian solar magic. You interact with Fawkes as though you're from the same neighborhood. You appear in the Hogwarts tracking records as having been collected from a location that was described, in the magical log, as outside the mortal plane. He paused. The evidence is not subtle. Harry felt, briefly and with some surprise, the beginning of something he hadn't expected yet, respect. Not the working respect he'd extended to McGonagall or the careful observation of Snape. Something more. The respect of finding someone who was smarter than most people gave them credit for and who used that intelligence honestly. "All right," Harry said. "Then let's talk about what happens next." "I would very much like that," Dumbledore said, and poured tea with the air of someone who was having exactly the conversation they'd been hoping for, which in turn made Harry suspect that Dumbledore had been hoping for something like this for longer than the current academic year. They talked for 2 hours. Harry gave him the framework, not every detail, not the full scope of what he understood about Voldemort and the Horcruxes, because some of that would need context he couldn't provide yet and some of it was simply not ready to be shared. But the shape of it. The general intent. When he left, Fawkes sang again, one clear note that followed him out of the office and down the corridor and faded slowly, like a very good sentence that keeps resonating after you've finished reading it. He walked back toward the common room in the evening dark of the castle, feeling the warmth of his connection to Ra steady in his chest, and the deep patience of Osiris in his bones, and underneath both of those the clean, unhurried certainty of someone who knows exactly where they are going. The thread in the castle's pattern was still there, cold and hungry, pressing toward the stone. Let it press, Harry thought. He'd be ready. Chapter 4, The Mirror Does Not Lie. December came to Hogwarts the way it always did, suddenly, as though the castle had turned a corner and walked into it. One morning the mountains were brown and grey and the next they were white, and the lake went from its usual dark motion to something stiller and darker, and the corridors smelled of wood smoke and the particular cold that stone buildings collect and hold like a second kind of memory. Harry didn't mind the cold. He'd spent time in the Duat where temperature was a choice more than a condition, which had given him a different relationship with it, not indifference exactly, but the ability to recognize cold as a sensation rather than a problem. He wore his robes and his scarf and he watched the frost patterns on the common room windows with the same interested attention he gave everything, and he thought about the stone. Because the thread in the castle's pattern had changed. Not dramatically, nothing he could point to and say this is the moment. But over the course of November it had shifted, developed, moved from pressing to something more purposeful. The cold presence he felt from Quirrell's direction had the quality now of something that had made a plan. The difference between hunger and intention was something Osiris had been very specific about. Hunger was reactive, intention was directional, and directional things moved toward outcomes. He started spending time in the third-floor corridor. Not trying to get through the door, he had already assessed that the door's wards were not, at this point, his main concern. The wards were excellent. Whoever had constructed the security below was competent. The issue was not whether the security could keep something out, the issue was whether something with access from the inside could circumvent it. Quirrell taught his classes. Harry sat in the front row and watched and listened and felt the cold thing at the back of the turban with the Osiris sense, mapping it, understanding its capabilities. It was stronger than it had been in September. Not stronger in the sense of power, it had not grown, but more focused, more coherent, the way a scattered fire becomes more dangerous when the wind finds a direction. On a Tuesday evening in early December, Harry was in the third-floor corridor alone when he heard footsteps. He stepped back into an alcove. Not because he was hiding, there was no defensive anxiety in it, but because observation was more useful than announcement, and he was curious who else was in this corridor at 8 in the evening. Quirrell came around the corner. He was walking quickly, and the stammer was entirely absent in the way it was always absent when he thought no one was watching. His gait was different too, more deliberate, with a focused quality that his classroom persona entirely lacked. He stopped at the door, placed his hand against it, and Harry could feel the pulse of magical assessment from where he stood, Quirrell, or the thing directing Quirrell, testing the wards. Taking inventory. Harry watched. The assessment lasted perhaps 30 seconds. Then Quirrell straightened and stood still in the corridor, and the quality of the stillness was wrong. It wasn't a man standing still, it was a man standing still while something else thought. The cold presence intensified briefly, expanded slightly, and in that moment of expansion it swept the corridor the way a sonar pulse sweeps water. It found Harry. Not physically, Harry hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound. But Osiris had taught him that things which exist partly outside the natural order could sense certain things that regular perception missed. The cold presence paused. Turned. Harry felt it focus on the alcove with a precision that was not Quirrell's. He stepped out. Quirrell turned to face him, and for a moment, just a moment, the stammer was still absent and the face was entirely wrong, the expression on it belonging to something much older and much colder than the man it was wearing. Then it snapped back, the anxious flutter, the slight hunch. "Potter," Quirrell said. "What are you doing up here?" "The same thing you are," Harry said pleasantly, roughly speaking. Quirrell looked at him. The stammer flickered. "I was just, you were assessing the wards," Harry said. "I was observing the corridor. We've both had productive evenings." He smiled the warm-edged smile. "I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing." He walked away down the corridor, feeling Quirrell's, and the thing behind Quirrell's, attention on his back. It was cold and focused and had an edge to it that was different from before. Before, he had been background noise. Now he had been identified. He didn't hurry. That night he sat on the windowsill in the common room long after Ron had gone to bed, watching the snow fall on the grounds, and thought about timing. The stone was real and present and wanted. Quirrell was the vector. The confrontation was not immediate but it was approaching. Hermione came down the stairs in her dressing gown at some point, because Hermione's sleeping habits were erratic and she had a sixth sense for when Harry was up and thinking. She sat in the armchair nearest the fire and tucked her knees up and looked at him. "You were in the third-floor corridor tonight," she said. "You can't know that," Harry said. "I saw you come back to the common room at 8:15 with the look you get when you've learned something," she said. "And I've been mapping your movements for 2 months. You go to the third floor when you're tracking the Quirrell situation." Harry looked at her. "You've been mapping my movements." "Don't be offended," she said. "I map everyone's movements eventually. It's how I process spaces." She pulled her knees tighter. "What happened?" He told her. She listened with the focused, still attention she used for things she was genuinely trying to understand, not just record. "It knows you're interested," she said when he finished. "Yes." "Is that dangerous?" "Potentially," Harry said. "For Quirrell, mainly. Something is going to push him to move faster than he was planning to. Knowledge of interference tends to accelerate timelines." Hermione was quiet for a moment. The fire cracked. Outside, the snow came down in the steadily committed way of snow that intended to stay. "Harry," she said. "What happens when you actually confront it? Not the theory. What happens physically, in that room, when you face Voldemort?" "I face Voldemort," Harry said simply. She looked at him. And I do what I was trained to do." He paused, turning toward her slightly. "I'm not going to be hurt by it, Hermione. I know it sounds like bravado. It's not. I know exactly what that fragment is and what it can do and what it can't do, and specifically what it cannot do to me." "Why can't it hurt you?" she said. "And don't say the blood protection, because I've read about that and it's real but it shouldn't be sufficient for, it's not the blood protection," Harry said. "Though that's there too." He looked at his hands. "Osiris taught me that souls which have violated the natural order in the way Voldemort's has can't touch a soul that is aligned with the order without consequence. The fragment knows this, I think. On some level. It's why it was afraid of me before it was angry at me." "Afraid," Hermione said, with the expression of someone finding this specific inversion genuinely interesting. The wounded thing fears the thing that understands wounds, Harry said. The out-of-order thing fears the thing that knows the order. He shrugged slightly. It's not complicated. It's just unfamiliar to most wizards because most wizards haven't been educated in this framework. Hermione sat with this. Then, what about Quirrell? He's a person. Harry's expression shifted, not much, but enough. I know, he said quietly. I'll do what I can for him. But what's inhabiting him has been there since summer at least, possibly longer. The longer it occupies a person, the more the person is shaped around its presence. I don't know how much of Quirrell there is left to save. That's terrible, Hermione said, with the simple directness of genuine feeling rather than performance of it. Yes, Harry said. It is. She sat with him until the fire burned low, and they didn't talk about it further, because some things need to be held rather than analyzed, and Hermione, who had the rare quality of knowing the difference, understood that. 2 weeks before the Christmas holidays, the snow settled improperly and Peeves started throwing it at second years from a height, and the Christmas decorations went up in the Great Hall with 12 enormous trees and floating candles, and the castle took on the specific warmth of a large stone building full of people anticipating something. Harry was staying for Christmas. He told Ron this on the last evening before students started leaving, and Ron's face moved through 3 expressions: surprise, concern, and then genuine uncomplicated pleasure. Us too, Ron said. Me and the twins. Mom wanted us home but Fred and George said they'd already planned something involving the astronomy tower and she gave up. He paused. You could come to the Burrow in the holidays sometime. Mum's been asking about you. Your mother has been asking about me, Harry said. She heard about the troll, Ron said, with the tone of someone whose mother had heard about the troll approximately 14 times, with increasing embellishment at each telling. She cried a bit. About the troll. About you stopping it with your hands. She's like that. Ron said it with the specific warmth of someone who found his mother's emotional responsiveness both mildly embarrassing and deeply comforting and had made peace with both aspects. She worries about you. Like you're already family. She does that, she sort of collects people. Harry held very still for a moment, because the feeling that went through him at that, the specific feeling of collected, of someone extending family deliberately and genuinely toward you, was large enough to require careful handling. He managed it, let it settle into the appropriate place, didn't let it show more than slightly. I'd like that, he said. To visit. In the summer. Ron grinned. I'll tell her. She'll make a week's worth of food for a single dinner. Most students left on the Hogwarts Express 2 days before Christmas. The castle became a different thing when they left, quieter, deeper, the personality of it more audible without the constant surface noise of 1,000 students. Harry felt it shift into something more intimate, the castle in a minor key, and he found it pleasant. He spent the days before Christmas in the library mostly, working through the 5th-year Transfiguration text McGonagall had given him and a book on advanced charm theory from the restricted section that Dumbledore had quietly authorized him to access through a note that arrived with his breakfast one morning. The authorization was noted in the library's records as H. Potter, Advanced Independent Study, which was both accurate and sufficiently vague, and Madame Pants had received it with the expression of someone who disapproves of exceptions to rules but is going to make this one. On Christmas morning he woke to a pile of parcels. This was unexpected. Not the parcels themselves, he'd sent gifts to Ron and Hermione and received acknowledgement, but the number of them. He sat up and counted, 7. He opened them methodically. Ron had sent chocolate frogs. Hermione had sent a book, obviously, on the history of Egyptian-European magical exchange, which Harry had been looking for and suspected she had tracked down in a second-hand magical bookseller in London based on the faint smell of the wrapping. Neville had sent something small and carefully wrapped that turned out to be a small jade scarab, not magical, just a scarab, but Neville's accompanying note read, I found it in a muggle shop and it seemed like it should belong to you. I hope that's not weird. It was not weird. Harry held it for a moment, felt the solidity and the care of it, and set it carefully on his bedside table. McGonagall had sent peppermint tea and a very short note, "Don't forget to sleep." The fifth parcel was an invisibility cloak. The note with it was unsigned but said, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry held the cloak. It was extraordinary, impossibly light, with a quality to it that was different from any concealment magic he'd encountered, not a spell over a fabric but the fabric itself being something other than fabric. He ran his fingers over it and felt its history faintly, the way very old things vibrated with accumulated time, and thought of James Potter wearing it, running down some Hogwarts corridor, laughing probably. He felt Lily in the blood protection when he pressed his hand to his scar, that love, absolute and foundational, the most alive thing in him. He'd felt James less clearly, always. This felt like James, clever and light and meant for moving through the dark without being caught. "Morning," Ron said, surfacing from his curtains with his hair at architectural angles. He looked at the cloak in Harry's hands. "What is that?" "My father's," Harry said. "Invisibility cloak." Ron sat up very straight. "A real one?" "Not a disillusionment charm or a notice-me-not hex, an actual, real one," Harry said. "Blimey." Ron looked at it with frank appreciation. "That's brilliant." The sixth parcel was from Hagrid, a handmade something involving wood and the word good luck Harry burned into it, along with what appeared to be a drawing of a dragon and a drawing of Harry, which were distinguishable mainly because the dragon had wings and Harry had what Hagrid apparently considered to be the characteristic hat shape of an 11-year-old boy. Harry found this deeply charming. The seventh parcel had no external note. It was small and wrapped in gold cloth that was not paper, not fabric, but something in between that dissolved when he touched it. Inside was a small disk of what appeared to be obsidian, circular and perfectly smooth, and when he held it the warmth of R.A. came through it so clearly and completely that he had to take a breath. R.A. had sent him something. Something physical, which meant Osiris had arranged the transit, which meant they were both thinking of him this morning. He pressed his thumb to the center of the disk and felt, briefly, the full amber light of the Duat, the river, the warm sky, the stars visible in daylight, the smell of petrichor. It lasted 3 seconds. It was entirely sufficient. "Happy Christmas," he said quietly, to no one in the room, and to everyone who had made him. The invisibility cloak came to use 2 nights after Christmas. Not because Harry needed it for concealment, he could have made himself genuinely undetectable using the shadow magic Osiris had taught him, stepping into the particular stillness that made a person background rather than figure. But the cloak had been his father's, and using it felt like something, and Harry had learned from Isis that some acts are as much about connection as practical function. He was exploring the less traveled sections of the castle, not for any specific purpose, just mapping, the way he had been doing since September, understanding the full architecture of the place he was in. The castle communicated with him more easily now, the months of morning contact and careful attention having developed something between them that Harry didn't have an exact word for. Not friendship, the castle was a structure, not a person. But acknowledgement. Mutual recognition between one very old thing and one very old soul in an 11-year-old's body. He came around a corner on the 7th floor and found a room that hadn't been there yesterday. He knew it hadn't been there because he had walked this corridor 6 times in the last 3 months and the doorway currently in the wall was new, the stone around it subtly different, a fraction smoother, the arch slightly more deliberate. He stood looking at it for a moment, feeling the magical signature of the space behind it, which was unusual, layered and recursive, a magic that reflected rather than projected. He pushed the door open. The room was large and unlit and full of the quiet of things that have been undisturbed for a long time. And in the center of it, sitting on a raised dais, was the mirror of Erist. Harry had read about this. Dumbledore had, he knew, from their conversation, that Dumbledore had moved the mirror here from some other location months ago. He hadn't realized it was still here. He stood in the doorway and looked at it for a moment. The inscription along the top, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. He reversed it automatically, without effort, because he had been raised by someone for whom mirror writing and reverse inscription were basic features of the world rather than puzzles. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He walked up to it and looked. Most people who stood before the mirror of Eris saw what they most desperately wanted, what the deep structure of their longing had shaped itself around. Dumbledore had told him, in one of their conversations, about a boy who saw only himself holding the stone, and a boy who had lived his whole life feeling incomplete in the shadow of his family, seeing himself alone and successful and proven. The mirror showed need. It showed the wound the person had been walking around. Harry looked into the mirror and saw what it showed him. He saw himself, standing in the amber light of the Duat. Standing straight, full-grown, in the gold green of the evening sky, with Ra on one side and Osiris on the other. Isis was there too, and the river, and the stars visible in the daylight sky. It was home. The specific flavor of home that the Duat had been, that mortal places hadn't quite managed to replicate, that fine-grained sense of being exactly where you belonged, surrounded by exactly who belonged to you. He looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at something else in the mirror. Underneath the first image, the mirror was showing him more than one thing, he realized. Layered, the way the Duat sky was layered. Beneath the image of the Duat was another image, softer, less defined because it was less specific in his wanting. He was in a room like this one, stone-walled and firelit, and there were people with him. Red-haired and bright-eyed and full of the noise of large family dinner. A woman with her bushy hair down and laughing at something. A round-faced boy holding something growing and looking surprised by his own competence. His people. His chosen people, made in this world. Underneath that, barely visible, so far down in the structure of his longing that it surprised him, two faces. A man with dark hair and glasses, laughing. A woman with red hair and eyes very like his own, her hand on the man's arm, looking directly at Harry with the particular look of someone who knows exactly who they are looking at and is profoundly glad to see them. Harry stood very still. He was looking at his parents. Not as a desperate primary longing, it was real and honest and present, that wanting, the orphan's specific hunger, but it was not his defining wound. Because the Duat had given him Ra and Osiris, had given him the family of choice and cosmic intention, and the wound of James and Lily's deaths had been held and processed and transformed over 7 years into something that was not absent so much as the particular kind of love that persists through death. He knew this because Osiris had shown him. "There well," a voice said from the doorway. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in the door, blue eyes and silver beard and the long robes, holding the kind of expression that a man wears when he has come looking for something and found something somewhat different. "I know," Harry said. "You knew they were in the Duat?" "Not specifically," Harry said. "But Osiris's domain is fair. He judges truly. My parents were people who died in the act of love, defending someone they would have given everything for." He looked back at the mirror briefly. "The Duat isn't a place of punishment. They're at rest. At peace." Dumbledore walked into the room slowly and stood beside Harry looking at the mirror. He was quiet for a moment. Harry watched his face in the mirror's surface. It was a kind face, genuinely, and it was showing the particular expression of someone who has looked in this mirror before and seen something they are still carrying. "What do you see?" Harry asked. "Something I work very hard not to want," Dumbledore said. He said it without deflection, which Harry respected. "Then, what do you see?" Harry told him. "All 3 layers of it." Dumbledore listened with his full attention. "Most people," Dumbledore said, after Harry finished, "see one image. A single, consuming desire. I have a layered relationship with wanting things," Harry said. "Osiris was very thorough on the subject of desire and what to do with it." "What did he teach you to do with it?" "Feel it fully," Harry said. "Don't make it small. Don't be controlled by it. Understand what it's actually about." He paused. "The mirror shows desire, but it doesn't tell you what the desire is, what it's made of. That's the missing piece. Most people see what they want and assume the wanting is simple. It never is. Dumbledore looked at him. That is, he said carefully, an extraordinarily mature observation for someone your age. You're not actually your age, yes, Dumbledore said, with the quiet smile of someone who has been hearing this qualifier since September and has genuinely accepted it. No. I know. They stood together in front of the mirror for a moment, the old wizard and the ancient soul in the young body, and there was something in the room that was close to companionship, the companionship of two people who are looking honestly at the same thing. The stone, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Quirrell moved tonight, Harry said. That's why you came up here. You felt him probe the wards again. I did. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the alertness of a man for whom something has become immediate. I believe he'll attempt entry within the week. Within the week is too long, Harry said. He's ready to move now. What I felt tonight wasn't probing, it was the quality of something that has finished planning. Dumbledore looked at him. You felt this? Clearly, Harry said. I've been feeling him for 3 months. I know the difference between his testing phases and his intention. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I'd like to be in position before he gets to the stone. Not to stop him at the entrance, let him get through the security, it'll drain him, and I want the confrontation to happen at the stone itself. Why? Dumbledore asked. Not a challenge, a genuine question. Because what I need to do requires proximity, Harry said. And because the stone needs to be involved. What I intend to do, the way I intend to end this, the stone's properties are relevant to it. He paused. Do you trust me? The question hung in the room. Dumbledore considered it, genuinely, visibly, with the seriousness it deserved. I find, Dumbledore said, that I do. Good, Harry said. Then stay out of the underground chambers tomorrow night. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. I'm not being dismissive, Harry said. I mean it practically. What I'm going to do down there, what I'm going to do with what's inhabiting Quirrell, requires a very specific magical environment. Concentrated, aligned, undiluted by other magical presences. Your power is significant enough that it would be a distraction. He paused. This is also not something you should see if you haven't been trained to process the kind of magic involved. Osiris magic. Death adjacent. It may be distressing. I am 160 years old, Dumbledore said gently. And you are a European wizard trained in European methods, Harry said, with equal gentleness. That is not a criticism. It's just context. He paused again. Also, I want to speak with you afterward. At length. About what I find down there. Because I think the stone is not the only problem, and that conversation is going to require both of us. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something moved through his expression, the specific complex expression of a man who has spent a long time believing himself to be the one bearing the most important weight, encountering someone who is going to share it, and experiencing the disorientation of relief alongside the instinct to resist. All right, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and went back to the dormitory. The next evening, after dinner, Harry went to the common room and sat with Ron and Hermione. This was deliberate. He wanted to be with them before he went below, not as reassurance, not because he needed steadying, but because they were his people and he was going to do something significant tonight, and the human thing, the right thing, was to sit with your people first. R.A. had told him once that the great mistake of power was believing that having it meant you no longer needed ordinary things. Harry had taken this seriously. Ron was playing wizard's chess against himself, which was going poorly because he kept anticipating his own strategies. Hermione was on her third reading of magical theory, he could tell by the margin notes, which had gotten progressively more argumentative. He sat between them and was quiet for a while. You're going tonight, Hermione said, without looking up. Yes, Harry said. Ron looked up from the chessboard. His eyes did a rapid assessment, the way Ron's eyes always did when something was actually at stake, the good quality he had, the one that was easy to miss because it was buried under the sprawl and the humor, the quality of genuine perceptiveness. He saw Harry clearly. "Do you need us?" "No," Harry said. "I need you here." "That's not nothing," Hermione said quietly, and it wasn't a question. "No," Harry agreed. "It's not." Ron looked at the chessboard. "Come back before breakfast," he said. "I'm not explaining to McGonagall where you've gone." "You'd be terrible at it," Harry agreed. "Catastrophically," Ron said, with the smile that made him look younger and more honest than usual. "I'd give the whole thing away in about 30 seconds. Harry looked at them both, Hermione with her book and her tight-held concern that she was not going to perform or inflict on him, Ron with the chessboard and the particular brightness of someone who has decided the most loving thing is to be normal about something. He felt the full weight of them, these two specific people in this specific common room on this specific night, and let himself feel it without reduction. "Thank you," he said. It was a simple word for a large thing, but it was honest. He got up and went. The invisibility cloak went over his shoulders and he moved through the castle with the particular silence of someone trained to step between spaces rather than through them, the stone warm under his occasional palm, the castle acknowledging his passage in its quiet way. Up from the common room, through the third-floor corridor, to the door. He placed his hand on it and felt the wards. 7 layers. He examined them carefully, understanding the architecture of each. The competence of the work was genuine, each layer independent and keyed to different triggers, designed so that dismantling one would alert the others. It was sophisticated work. European wizarding sophistication at its upper range. He appreciated it. Then he reached into the understanding of the natural order that Osiris had built into him over 7 years, found the specific quality of each ward, found what each one was in its essential nature, and described it to itself. Not breaking it. Just, true naming it, the way the ceremonial language worked. Naming the thing precisely, showing it to itself completely, and in doing so making it transparent. The wards opened. He went through. The underground chambers were exactly what they were, sequential obstacles, each one designed to present a specific challenge and require a specific response. The plant, the birds, the chess. He moved through them with the ease of someone for whom each challenge was clear in its structure and obvious in its solution, not because he was dismissive of the work that had gone into them but because he had been trained in disciplines for which these obstacles were transparent. The chess he passed in 4 moves, finding the inevitable geometry of the game, and the Black Knight clattered its sword against its shield in what Harry chose to interpret as a professional salute. Then through the final door. The mirror room smelled of old stone and something cold and mineral, and the mirror of Ariste stood in the center of it, and Quirrell stood before it, and he was trembling. Not with cold. With effort, the effort of someone who is trying to see something they cannot see, pushing against the glass of an understanding they don't have, frustrated by it with the specific frustration of an intelligent person encountering a thing they cannot force to yield. His hands were flat against the frame and his forehead was nearly touching the glass and he was muttering, trying to read it, understand it, command it. Harry walked into the room and lowered the cloak. "It won't show you the stone," he said. Quirrell turned. His face, in the mirror-reflected light, was the face of a man who had very little of himself left. The prolonged occupation of something like Voldemort was not kind to the occupied. What was left of Quirrell was visible mainly in the eyes, which still had a specific human fear in them, the fear of someone who has gone far enough in a direction that they cannot see the way back. "P. Potter," Quirrell said. Then the stammer stopped. Just stopped, like a switch. The posture changed, the slight hunch resolving, the quality of the presence changing entirely, something colder and older and more deliberate looking out through Quirrell's eyes. "You followed me." The voice wasn't Quirrell's voice anymore. Harry noted this and was not alarmed. "I've been following you since September," Harry said. Observationally. "Tonight I followed you physically because it was time." "Time for what?" The cold in the room intensified slightly, the presence pushing outward, testing, the way it had tested him in the corridor months ago. "Time for this conversation," Harry said. He walked toward the mirror, not toward Quirrell, and stood before it and looked at the surface. "You've been trying to understand how the mirror works. It shows the stone to the right person," the cold voice said. "One who wants it but doesn't intend to use it." "That's Dumbledore's design," Harry said. "Elegant." He understood desire better than most. He looked at the mirror's surface. His own reflection looked back, not the layered image from the night before, but something simpler and more immediate, Harry, standing in this room, with the stone visible in his reflected hand. He reached into the mirror and took it. Not metaphorically. Not through a spell. The stone came through the mirror's surface the way truth comes through a question asked honestly. It moved because he was the right person asking in the right way, genuinely aligned with the mirror's purpose, and the mirror recognized this and complied. The stone sat in his hand, warm and solid, a red gold oval the size of a large marble. He heard Quirrell's breath stop. "Give that to me," the cold voice said. "No," Harry said. Same word, same quality, that he'd used on the troll in the bathroom. Not a refusal exactly, a statement of how things were. "You're a child," the voice said. The cold expanded further. It was an intimidation tactic, the spreading cold of something trying to make itself feel larger and more threatening than its current state. "You have no understanding of what you're dealing with. You're a fragment," Harry said. He turned to face Quirrell. "You're a piece of a person who made themselves into pieces through acts of such profound self-violence that the Duat registers you as a wound rather than a soul. I have been studying wounds like yours since I was 5 years old, under the instruction of the Lord of Death himself." He paused. "I have more understanding of what you are than almost anyone currently alive." A silence. The cold intensified. Harry felt it pressing against him, looking for purchase, the way Osiris had described, the out-of-order thing searching for the same out-of-order quality in what it was pressing against and finding instead an alignment so complete and clean that it had nothing to grip. "Show me," the cold voice said. "Show you what?" "Whoever taught you. The ones you keep mentioning. I have been in this world for 40 years. I have studied every form of power it contains. There is nothing you have that I have not encountered." Harry looked at Quirrell's face. The human fear in the man's eyes had retreated further, pushed back by the presence pushing forward. But it was still there. He noted it, held it as relevant. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The room went very still. "You were born in 1926, Harry continued. "In an orphanage, to a mother who died giving birth and a father who didn't want you. You grew up understanding the world through the lens of what it had denied you, and you made magic your instrument for writing that denial. And somewhere along the way the writing became the point, the power became the point, and the original wound got buried so deep beneath all of that that you forgot it was a wound. You just lived in it." The cold contracted. Not an attack, a recoil. The specific recoil of something that has been accurately named. "You know nothing about, I know everything about it," Harry said quietly. "I spent years in the Duat learning to read the nature of souls. Yours isn't hidden from me. It's the most legible kind of damage there is, the kind made by someone very intelligent who turned all that intelligence against themselves." He looked at the stone in his hand. The philosopher's stone. Immortality. "You've been after it for years. Because you're afraid." "I am not afraid of anything," the voice said, and the cold in the room dropped another degree. "You're afraid of death," Harry said. "You've always been afraid of death. That's what started all of this. That's the first wound, underneath everything else, a boy in an orphanage who didn't have anyone to explain to him that death isn't the worst thing." He paused. "Someone should have explained it to you." "Don't," the cold voice said, and the quality of it was different now, not intimidation, something underneath intimidation, something raw. "I'm not mocking you," Harry said. "I'm not trying to hurt you with this. I'm telling you because it's true and because truth is, it's the only thing that works in this situation. Pity doesn't work. Fear doesn't work. Only truth. He kept his eyes on Quirrell's, which meant he was keeping them on whatever was looking back. You made Horcruxes. You split your soul 7 times. How do you know that number? The voice was sharp. Because I can feel them, Harry said. From here, from this room, I can feel the tears in the natural order that you've left in the world. 7 of them, each one a violation of the fabric, each one costing you a piece of what made you a person. He tilted his head slightly. What's left, standing here? What's the thing that wants the stone? Is it Tom Riddle? The boy from the orphanage? Or is it the accumulated want, the severed thing that doesn't remember what it was wanting for? A silence that was longer than anything before it. Step aside, Quirrell said, and the voice had both voices in it now, layered, the cold presence and underneath it something thinner and more human and exhausted. Step aside and give me the stone. I'm not going to do that, Harry said. Quirrell raised his wand and the curse that came from it was green and Harry caught it. He caught it the way Isis had taught him to catch things that were going wrong, by finding the wound in them, the tear in the natural order that gave the killing curse its power, and filling it. Not blocking it, there was no physical block for a killing curse, the European magical tradition had been correct about that for centuries. But the killing curse worked by severing the soul connection, the thread that tethered a living person to the living world. It worked on people who were threaded into the mortal world the way ordinary lives were threaded. Harry's thread ran through the Duat, had been maintained by 7 years of alignment with Osiris's domain, and the killing curse found it and pulled and the thread held. Not perfectly. He felt it, the tug, the shock of it, a sharp cold at the center of his chest that he noted professionally and moved past. The green fire dissipated against his palm like smoke against stone. Quirrell stared at him. That's not possible, the cold voice said, and for the first time there was something new in it, not fear exactly, but its precursor. Uncertainty. It's very possible, Harry said. I told you. I was educated for this. He took a breath. Now. I want to talk about Quirrell. Quirrell is mine, the voice said. Quirrell is a person, Harry said. With whatever is left of a person inside him. And I want to talk about what that costs. Don't, the cold voice said, and the desperate quality of the word was clearer now, the wound showing through, the thing that Osiris had described as the residue of humanity at the core of the violation. Don't do this with me. Don't be, I'm not performing compassion at you, Harry said. I don't have patience for performances. I'm telling you that I can see what Quirrell was before you, and I can see what you've cost him, and I want you to know that I see it. Quirrell's hands went to the turban. The action was partly Quirrell and partly directed, some complex negotiation between the occupied and the occupier. The turban came off. The face on the back of the head was, in a specific and terrible way, consistent with everything Harry had understood theoretically and had not yet seen directly. It was Voldemort, or the fraction of him present here, shaped into the pale, flat features that the violations had produced, the face of something that had moved so far from human that the basic architecture of a face was the only remaining similarity. The red eyes were the same eyes that had looked out of Quirrell's face, but without the intermediary they were rawer, more present, the hunger and the cold in them entirely unfiltered. Harry looked at it steadily. The face looked back at him. And then, for just a moment, a single moment, a crack in the cold, it looked at Harry with something that was not quite recognition but was in that neighborhood, the look of something that has found, for the first time in a very long time, someone who could actually see it. Not fear it, not worship it, not be destroyed by it, see it. Clearly, accurately, without flinching. Something in the red eyes moved. What do you intend to do with the stone? The face asked. The cold was still there but something underneath it had shifted, thinned. Not give it to you, Harry said. And not use it myself. The stone shouldn't exist, or rather, it shouldn't be being used for what it's being used for. Immortality through alchemy is a different violation from yours, less severe, but still a thing that bends the natural order. He looked at the stone in his hand. I'm going to return it to the order. Through the Duat, through Osiris. It'll be processed back into whatever it should be. He paused. But first, you and I need to have a different conversation. We have nothing to say to each other, the face said. I disagree, Harry said. I'm going to tell you something that no one has told you before, and I want you to actually hear it. He looked directly at the red eyes. The Horcruxes are not going to save you. Not because I'm going to destroy them, though I will, but because they were never going to save you from the thing you were afraid of. Death is not the worst thing. It never was. You've spent 40 years running from something that was never, actually, the enemy. A silence. You don't understand what it is to die, the face said. I grew up next to it, Harry said simply. I've been in the room where it processes, where the people who've moved through it are. My mother and father are there. Death is not the worst thing. He paused. Fear is the worst thing. Fear is what made the Horcruxes. Fear is what killed my parents. Fear is what's been driving everything you've built for 50 years. And you could have let it go. He let the weight of that sit for a moment. You can let it go. Don't, the face said, and the word was not cold now. It was something raw, something that was recognizably human in a way that the cold never was, something that lived in the part of Tom Riddle that had survived underneath decades of violation. Don't offer me that. I'm not offering it as mercy, Harry said. I'm offering it as fact. It's available. It has always been available. He looked at the stone. Not through the stone. Not through Horcruxes. Through the thing you turned away from when you were 17 and scared and brilliant and alone. The face was quiet. The cold had retracted entirely, and what was left was smaller and more honest and more terrible, the residue of a person. Harry felt it clearly with Osiris's sense, the thread of Tom Riddle's original soul, stretched and thin to near breaking by the violations, but still present, still continuous with the fragments that were out in the world. I can't, the face said. Not tonight, Harry agreed. I know. He took a breath. But the conversation has been had. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to find every piece of you and put it back in the order. The process will be, it's not going to be pleasant. But it's the only end where anything of Tom Riddle remains. What are you? Quirrell's body jerked. The inhabited thing pushed forward again, the cold returning, less controlled now, more panicked. Kill you, Harry raised his hand and placed it on Quirrell's face. The solar fire came from his palm, not the burning force he could summon if he chose, not Ra's judgment in its full expression. This was something calibrated, the light that shows things as they are, combined with Osiris's understanding of boundaries and passage, combined with Isis's healing sense. He put all three together and directed them at the tear in the natural order that Voldemort's fragment represented, and he pushed. Not to destroy. Not to kill. To move, to encourage the fragment toward where it belonged, the Duat, the place where even violated souls went eventually, where even the most broken things could be processed and held until they were ready to become something better. Quirrell screamed. The cold exploded outward, the fragment fighting the movement, every piece of remaining will concentrated in resistance. Harry kept his hand where it was and kept the push steady, because Osiris had been very specific, when moving a thing toward where it belongs, steadiness is everything. You don't force, you persist. The way water finds the level, not by force but by the relentless honesty of its nature. The cold screamed. And then it went. Not with a bang. Not with the theatrical production of something destroyed. It went the way things go when they reach the boundary they were always approaching, quietly, finally, into the passage. The room's temperature normalized instantly. The weight in the space dissolved. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him, which surprised him, the physical catch of someone who has just lost the thing that was holding them upright in a more fundamental sense than posture. He lowered him to the stone floor and looked at his face. Quirrell's own face. Just Quirrell. The fear was still there, but it was different now, the fear of someone returned to themselves after a very long time away, unsure of the landscape. Is it gone? Quirrell said. His voice was his own, thin and tired and genuinely his. The fragment is, Harry said. Not permanently, not the soul, not finished. But gone from you. He put his hand on Quirrell's chest briefly, the healing sense reaching in, finding what the prolonged occupation had cost the man. It was significant. The structural damage of sustained Voldemort was not minor. You've been badly hurt, Harry said quietly. You need, I know, Quirrell said. His eyes were focused and tired. I know I'm dying. Maybe not, Harry said. I can feel it, Quirrell said, with a steadiness that surprised Harry. He looked up at the ceiling of the underground chamber. It's been using me all year. I didn't know, at first. Then I knew and I couldn't get free. He exhaled. I tried to keep it away from the students. Not always, his face moved. I tried. I know, Harry said. Does it matter? That I tried? Harry looked at him and thought of Osiris, of the weighing of hearts, of the specific truth of intent existing separately from outcome. Yes, he said. It matters. Quirrell's eyes closed. His breathing was shallow but present. Harry stood, holding the stone, and looked at the mirror of Erist. His reflection looked back at him in the dim light of the underground room, just Harry, green-eyed, gold-lit, standing in a chamber deep under a school, holding a stone that could make a person immortal, standing next to a dying man he'd just saved from something worse than death. He looked ordinary. He looked exactly like what he was. He put the stone in his pocket, turned, and went to find Dumbledore. Chapter 5, Judgment at the Threshold. Dumbledore was waiting at the top of the staircase. Not pacing, he was the kind of man who didn't pace, who instead stood very still in the way that very powerful people sometimes did, as though motion would be a concession to anxiety. He had his hands folded inside his robes and his eyes fixed on the corridor end where the third-floor passage connected, and he looked up when Harry came around the corner with the particular quality of attention that had been waiting without wanting to look like it was waiting. Harry walked toward him. His robes were clean, no dramatic evidence of what had happened below, no blood, no burns. The only thing that had changed, visibly, was his eyes, which were doing the thing they sometimes did when he'd used significant amounts of old magic. The green of them had deepened into something that didn't quite match the category of eye color, that sat closer to the quality of deep water with substantial light underneath it. Dumbledore looked at his eyes and didn't say anything for a moment. Quirrell is alive, Harry said. Injured, badly, structurally, the prolonged occupation cost him a great deal. He needs the hospital wing immediately and whatever Madame Pomfrey has for magical trauma. He paused. He'll need more than that, eventually, but the immediate concern is physical. And the other matter? Dumbledore said. Harry held out the stone. Dumbledore looked at it in Harry's palm, the red gold oval, warm with its own internal light, and the expression that crossed his face was complicated in the way of someone seeing an object they have spent a year protecting and organizing and worrying about, now sitting easily in a child's hand. The fragment is gone. Dumbledore said. Gone from Quirrell, Harry said. Gone from this plane, back toward the Duat. It's not destroyed, I want to be clear about that. A fragment can't be destroyed in isolation. But it's been moved. It's in the passage, in Osiris's domain, and it will stay there until I address the rest of them. The rest, Dumbledore said. Sit down, Harry said. We need to talk about the Horcruxes. Something moved through Dumbledore's expression, not shock. Dumbledore was too old and too comprehensive for shock. More the expression of someone who has been carrying a specific weight alone for a specific amount of time and has just heard someone else name it. You know about those, Dumbledore said. I've known since I was 8, Harry said. Osiris explained them. They're a violation of the domain he governs. he would feel them the way you feel an injury in your own body. He gestured at the staircase alcove where two chairs sat near a window, a space he'd noticed on previous corridor visits as the kind of place a conversation could happen. "Sit down, headmaster." They sat. Outside the window, the Scottish mountains were dark and snow-covered under a sky beginning to go grey with the first light of dawn. Harry had been underground for most of the night, which he noted without distress. He was not tired in the way mortal exertion caused tiredness. He was settled, present, full of the quiet that came after significant magic performed with good alignment. Osiris's domain always left him this way, the deep solidity of things correctly ordered. "There are 6 remaining," Harry said. "There were 7, plus Voldemort himself, but the locket was destroyed. I felt the tear in the order close sometime in 1979, before I was born. Someone found it and ended it, though whoever it was likely had no idea what they were doing." He looked at his hands. "The remaining 6, a diary, a ring, the locket." "Wait, I'm wrong. The locket wasn't destroyed. It was moved. I felt it move, not close." He paused. "The locket is somewhere in Britain. Hidden but not destroyed. Then the ring. A cup. A diadem. An animal." Dumbledore's stillness had acquired a new quality. He was looking at Harry with the full weight of 160 years of accumulated intelligence focused precisely. "An animal," he said slowly. "A snake," Harry said. "Nagini. I felt her specifically. She's different from the objects, her signature is different because she's alive, which makes the Horcrux in her more volatile. Harder to separate cleanly." He paused. "And the 7th?" Dumbledore was very still. "The 7th," Harry said, "is the accidental one. The one he didn't intend." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "When the killing curse rebounded in Godric's Hollow, the soul was already so fragmented that the violence of the rebound caused another fragment to detach. It needed to anchor somewhere, and the nearest living thing with a strong enough magical signature to hold it was, you," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "Me," Harry said. "Yes." The silence in the alcove was the specific silence of something significant being confirmed, not revealed, confirmed. Harry watched Dumbledore's face process this with the precision of someone who had already suspected it and was now doing the work of accepting it as certain. "I've known for 2 years," Harry said. "Osiris felt it immediately. It announced itself to him the moment I arrived in the Duat, this tear in the order sitting in a 4-year-old child. He spent the first year very carefully mapping it, understanding its structure, before he told me." He paused. "He told me at 6. He sat me down in the shadow garden and explained it with complete honesty because he believed, and I agreed, that knowing something true was always better than not knowing it, even when the truth was difficult." "And what did you feel?" Dumbledore asked. The question was careful and genuine. "When he told you?" Harry thought back to that evening, the black-leafed garden, Osiris crouching to his level, the particular quality of the conversation that had the texture of something being treated with great seriousness and great care simultaneously. He had been 6. He had felt the weight of it, the specific wrongness of carrying something in yourself that wasn't yours, that was a violation of your own nature. And then Osiris had said, "This is not who you are. It is something that happened to you. There is a difference." And he had held it, the way he'd been taught to hold things, and it had not defined him. "I felt it clearly," Harry said. "And then I put it in the right place in my understanding and moved on." "Just like that," Dumbledore said, with the tone of someone who genuinely wanted to understand, not challenge. "Just like that," Harry said. "Because the alternative, letting it become the central thing, building my identity around the violation rather than around what I actually was, that was what Voldemort did. That was the mistake I wasn't going to repeat." He looked at the grey brightening sky outside the window. "He took his wound and made it the most important thing about him. I took mine and put it on the shelf where it belongs. It's still there. It'll need addressing at some point. But it doesn't run anything. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, it was with a precision and a gentleness that Harry recognized as the quality of someone who had just decided to be completely honest. "I had worked out that the fragment was in you," Dumbledore said. "Over the last several months. I was not certain what to do about it. The conclusions I was reaching they troubled me greatly. Because you thought the only way to destroy the fragment was to destroy the container," Harry said. Dumbledore didn't answer for a moment. "Yes," he said. "That was the conclusion I kept arriving at." "It's wrong," Harry said. "I hoped it was." "It's wrong because that conclusion is based on the European magical framework's understanding of Horcruxes, which is incomplete," Harry said. He felt no heat about this, no defensiveness, no drama. It was simply a correction. In that framework, to destroy a Horcrux you destroy the vessel. Burn the diary, crush the ring. But that works because the objects don't have their own souls, the violation can be dismantled because there's nothing there to protect. I do have my own soul. And my own soul outweighs the fragment significantly at this point. He paused. Osiris can separate them. Has been preparing to for years. The fragment will be extracted, and it will join the other fragments in the Duat's processing, and I will be complete. Without the fragment's interference. Dumbledore looked at him carefully. Can this be done safely? For me, yes, Harry said. The process will be significant. It won't be painless. I'm not going to pretend the separation of something that has been embedded in me since I was a year old is going to feel like nothing. He met Dumbledore's eyes. But I'm not afraid of it. I know, Dumbledore said. I've noticed. The order of things matters, Harry continued. The other Horcruxes first, they need to be found and brought to the Duat for processing. Some of them I can do quietly, without drama. Some of them will require more. Then the fragment in me. Then Voldemort himself, who at this point is so reduced that the process of dealing with what remains will be, not simple, but clear. You're describing a multi-year project, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. I'm 11. I have time. And in the meantime? Voldemort without a vessel, without the stone, without the year's plan, he'll try again, Harry said. He's persistent. Whatever remains of his will is almost entirely consumed by the fear that drives the whole enterprise, and fear is very motivating even in diminished states. He looked at the stone, which he still held. He'll find another way back. Another person to inhabit or use. He'll look for the Horcruxes, try to consolidate. He paused. That's fine. Every time he surfaces I have another opportunity to move the fragments toward the Duat. I'm not in a hurry. Dumbledore studied him. You're not in a hurry, he repeated. No, Harry said simply. He's afraid. I'm not. Patience always wins when it's paired with capability. The sun was beginning to come over the mountains properly now, the first long gold of it crossing the snow and sending light across the corridor floor. Harry felt it touch his face and the morning calibration settled into him quietly, the solar connection renewing itself with the clean efficiency of a practiced thing. Dumbledore watched this happen. Whatever he saw on Harry's face in the light, that gold deepening, the quality of the eyes shifting slightly, the specific piece of someone in connection with something enormous and entirely theirs, made him quiet for a long moment. The stone, he said finally. You said you'd return it to the Order. Through the Duat, Harry said. Osiris will process it. What it is alchemically, the transmutative essence of it, belongs in the natural order, and when it's returned there it'll become part of the background fabric of magic rather than a concentrated object that can be misused. He paused. Flamel will need to be told. He'll have some time left, after the stone goes. Whatever the stone has been doing for him will unwind slowly rather than stop abruptly. Nicholas is a very old man, Dumbledore said. He has lived an extraordinary life. I think he has been ready for some time. A pause. I will speak to him. Good, Harry said. Is there anything you need from me? Dumbledore asked. It was a genuine question, not a formality. Practically. For what you're going to be doing over the coming years. Harry considered this honestly. Access, he said. To the restricted section without needing to justify each request. I won't abuse it, I don't have time for material that isn't relevant. Space in the castle where I can work, occasionally, with old magic that European wand work might interfere with if performed nearby. And, he paused. Information. When you find things. When you suspect things. I don't want to be managed around. I want to be a participant in this. That seems entirely reasonable, Dumbledore said. There's one more thing, Harry said. Yes. Quirrell. Harry looked at the floor briefly, then back up. He cooperated with Voldemort, in the beginning he chose it, before the occupation became full. But what was done to him over the course of the year, the sustained possession, the violation of it, he tried to protect the students when he could. He tried to maintain himself. He met Dumbledore's eyes. He deserves to be treated as a victim, at least partially. Not excused. But not made into a villain in the story, either. Dumbledore's expression moved. That is, yes. I will see to it. He may not survive, Harry said quietly. The structural damage is significant. But if he does, he should survive into something that isn't prison. Agreed, Dumbledore said. Harry stood. The sun was up properly now, filling the corridor with the clear sharp light of a December morning, and the castle was beginning to make the sounds of waking, distant doors, the creak of the structure warming slightly with the heat of inhabited spaces. He felt the day beginning with the specific pleasure he always felt at mornings, the sense of a clean start, everything correctly positioned. Headmaster, he said. One more thing. About the scar. Dumbledore looked at him. When the time comes to remove the fragment, I'll need your help. Not with the actual process, that's Osiris's domain and I'll manage it myself. But with the immediate aftermath. The school will notice something happened and people will have reactions. I'll need someone in authority who understands the full picture to manage those reactions. He paused. I'd prefer it to be you. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, with something in his face that Harry recognized after a moment as the feeling of trust being offered and received. The specific warmth of it, old and unperformative. It would be my honor, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and walked away down the corridor. The hospital wing smelled of antiseptic and dittany and the particular stale warmth of a room that was heated regardless of season, and Madame Pomfrey moved through it with the authority of someone whose domain this absolutely was and who would thank everyone else to remember that. She had Quirrell in the end bed, screened off, and she had been working on him for 2 hours by the time Harry came to stand at the ward's entrance. She emerged from behind the screen with her sleeves rolled and her expression exactly calibrated between professional assessment and something that wasn't quite worry but lived next door to it. He's stable, she said, before Harry said anything. Just stable. Whatever you did in that room, I removed something that was harming him, Harry said. Removed, she said. Her eyes did the rapid professional assessment that Harry had learned to recognize in competent medical people, cataloging his condition, looking for damage. And you? I'm fine, Harry said. You were hit with something, she said. I can see it, there's a residual trace in your magical signature, faint, a high-energy dark magic contact. Sit down. Madame Pomfrey, sit down, Mr. Potter, she said, in the voice that, he suspected, even Dumbledore complied with, because it was the voice of someone who had absolute confidence in their own authority in this specific room and was entirely correct to have it. He sat down. She ran a diagnostic charm over him that was more sophisticated than the standard scan. He could feel it mapping his magical signature in detail, the solar connection, the deep Duat threading, and the specific cold ghost of the killing curse contact registering as a tiny anomaly in his chest. She stood back and looked at her results with an expression that was part professional and part something more personal. "You were hit with the killing curse," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "And you're sitting here." "Yes," Harry said. She looked at him. She was a practical woman, deeply practical, the kind of practical that came from spending 30 years seeing what magic actually did to actual bodies and having no patience whatsoever for the theoretical categories that didn't match the clinical evidence. She processed this with the clean efficiency of someone who had long since stopped being surprised by the extremes of what showed up in her ward. "Does it hurt?" she said. Harry pressed his hand to his chest briefly, feeling the cold ghost of it. "A bit," he said honestly. "Like something almost happened and didn't, and the almost is still present." "Residual," she said. "It'll clear in a few days. You should eat something." She handed him a chocolate frog from the ward stock with the practical matter-of-factness of someone prescribing a treatment. "And sleep." "I'll sleep," Harry said. "Today," she said. He looked at the screen behind which Quirrell lay. "Is he going to live?" Madame Pomfrey was quiet for a moment. "I don't know," she said. "The magical depletion from sustained possession at that level, the body compensates, develops its own survival mechanisms, and when the foreign presence is removed those mechanisms sometimes don't know how to stop compensating. The system overshoots." She looked at the screen. "I'm doing everything I know to do." "I can help," Harry said. "If you'll let me." "Not now, I do need to sleep first. But this afternoon. Isis taught me healing, the alignment kind, and what Quirrell needs is alignment. His magical system needs to find its own natural state again and it's lost the map of what that state was." Madame Pomfrey looked at him with the careful eyes of a medical professional evaluating a proposed treatment. "Isis," she said. "The goddess," Harry said. "Of course," she said, in the tone of someone who has decided that this specific morning has already contained enough extraordinary things that one more is simply going to be accepted and processed later. "This afternoon, then. After you've slept." He went to the common room rather than the dormitory, because Ron and Hermione would be up soon and he wanted them to know before they heard it from someone else, and because they were his people and his people deserved to hear things directly. He sat in his chair by the fire and waited, and in approximately 10 minutes the two of them came down the stairs in the inexact sequence of people who have both gotten up at the same time from separate spaces and converged on the common room by common instinct. Ron saw his face first. He stopped on the last stair, sleep-rumpled and alert in the way he got when something had actually happened. "You've been up all night," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Hermione was already at the armchair across from him, pulling her knees up. "Quirrell," she said. "Yes." "And the stone?" "Both dealt with," Harry said. "Quirrell is in the hospital wing. The stone is, in my pocket, to be processed later. Quirrell will hopefully survive." He paused. "The fragment of Voldemort that was inhabiting him has been moved to the Duat." Ron sat down slowly on the stairs. "Moved," he said. "To the Duat," Hermione said. "Not destroyed." "It can't be destroyed in isolation," Harry said. "That's a common misunderstanding about how Horcruxes work. You can destroy the vessel, and the fragment will be damaged and diminished, but the piece of soul itself needs to go through Osiris's processing to be truly resolved." He paused. "And there are 6 more vessels." He told them. "All of it, not the fragment in himself, not yet, that was a conversation for a different time and a different kind of readiness. But the Horcruxes, the map of them that he'd been building since the Duat, the scale of the project ahead." They listened the way they always listened to things that were important, Hermione with complete focused stillness, building the framework as he talked, Ron with the apparent casualness that was actually, Harry had learned to read, the stillest form of his attention, the way he went quiet when he was thinking hardest. When Harry finished, the fire was the main sound in the room. 6, Ron said. 6, Harry confirmed. "Over the next, what, years?" "Years," Harry said. "Yes." Ron nodded. Just nodded, the same way he'd nodded on the train when Harry had explained Ra and Osiris, that clean, uncomplicated decision to believe and continue. Okay, he said. We'll help. You don't have to, I know I don't have to, Ron said, with the mild impatience of someone making a choice they've already made and would like acknowledged as made. I want to. We want to. He glanced at Hermione. Obviously, Hermione said, which was the most Hermione possible way of saying without question, unequivocally, I have already decided. Harry looked at them. The fire. The early morning light just beginning to come through the common room windows, gold on the worn armchairs and the scattered homework from last night and the chessboard Ron had abandoned. Ordinary things, all of them. Good ordinary things. Thank you, he said. Same simple word as before, same large meaning. Go to sleep, Hermione said. You look like, well, you actually look fine, but I can tell from your eyes you're tired. She's been studying your eyes for months, Ron said, to no one in particular. I've been studying everything for months, Hermione said. It's called being thorough. Harry went to sleep. He woke in the afternoon to the sound of Ron winning at chess against Fred, which he heard through his curtains as a sequence of Ron's quiet satisfaction noises and Fred's increasingly loud complaints about probability. He lay still for a moment, feeling the quality of the day, the golden afternoon light through the dormitory window, the hum of the castle, the warmth of his solar connection settled and steady, the slight ghost in his chest from the killing curse contact fading further. He ate. He went to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey met him at the door with the air of someone who had been looking forward to and slightly dreading this since the morning. She had done further work on Quirrell, the magical signature stabilization, the physical work of healing, and he was more stable now but still adrift in the way she had described, the system overshooting, the body no longer sure what its baseline was. Harry stood at the end of Quirrell's bed. The man was unconscious, pale, the specific grey pale of deep magical depletion. His breathing was even but shallow, and Harry felt with the Isis sense the chaos in his magical system, the turbulence of it, the way everything was still trying to compensate for an absence that was no longer there, the immune response of a thing that didn't know the threat was gone. Harry put his hand on Quirrell's chest, gently, and felt inward. The work Isis had taught him was never fast. It was careful, patient, accurate, finding the pattern of how a person's magical system was supposed to sit, reading it from the deep structure the way you'd read a structure from its foundations rather than its surface, and then holding the correct pattern with enough clarity that the disturbed system could feel the shape it was supposed to return to. Like a tuning fork. Not imposing, not forcing, offering a reference point clear enough to navigate by. Madame Pomfrey stood back and watched. Harry was aware of her watching with the professional attention of someone learning a technique, which he approved of. She was too good at her work not to integrate new information. The process took 40 minutes. At the end, Quirrell's breathing was deeper. The grey pale softened slightly. The turbulence in his system settled into something that was still not baseline but was directional now, heading somewhere specific, the system finding its map again. Harry stood up. That's extraordinary, Madame Pomfrey said quietly. She wasn't performing, she said it the way she said clinical observations, directly, as fact. He'll need 3 more sessions, probably, Harry said. Spread over the next week. After that his system should be stable enough to continue the recovery on its own. What was that technique, she said. Alignment healing, Harry said. You use the healthy pattern as a reference, give the disturbed system something clear to orient toward. The system does the actual work, you just hold the clarity. He paused. I can explain it more fully later if you want. I think there are applications beyond this case. I'd very much like that, Madame Pomfrey said, with the manner of someone adding something to a list that already had a great many items on it. Harry left the hospital wing and walked back through the castle, which was full of the particular energy of the last days before Christmas break, excited noise, the smell of the feast being prepared, students running where they weren't supposed to. He passed 2 Slytherin third years who stopped and stared at him, and he nodded pleasantly and kept walking. Draco Malfoy fell into step beside him somewhere on the second floor, which Harry noted was deliberate. He had been waiting somewhere nearby, which meant he had been thinking about doing this and had needed to work up to it. "Potter," Draco said. "Malfoy," Harry said, without slowing. "There are rumors," Draco said, "about last night." "There usually are," Harry said. "People are saying Quirrell is in the hospital wing. That something happened on the third floor." He paused. "That it involved you. Does it bother you?" Harry said. Draco was quiet for 3 steps. "My father says that when Dumbledore gets involved in something you always end up with fewer answers than questions," he said. "He says that the official story is never the real story." "Your father's not wrong about that," Harry said. "So what's the real story?" Harry glanced at him. Draco Malfoy was, in the unguarded version of himself that he'd shown briefly in Madame Malkin's and occasionally since, when he wasn't performing the Heir to a Great Family presentation, when the audience wasn't the right shape for performance, actually quite intelligent and less certain about things than he pretended to be. He was working things out, the same way Ron was working things out, with different tools and different starting material. "The real story," Harry said, "is that something dangerous was in the castle and it's not anymore. The students are safe. That's the part that matters." "Did you?" Draco stopped. "Were you involved in making it not dangerous anymore?" "Yes," Harry said simply. Draco processed this. His jaw did the thing it did when he was thinking harder than he wanted to admit. "How?" he said. "Old magic," Harry said. "Nothing your curriculum covers yet." "Where did you learn old magic?" "I told you in Madame Malkin's," Harry said. Draco's expression shifted, the memory of that exchange, 2 very old Egyptians, and the subsequent assumption that it was a joke. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone revising that assumption and not entirely comfortable with the revision. "You weren't joking," he said. "I never joke about things like that," Harry said. Draco walked in silence for a moment. "My father's going to ask me about you at Christmas," he said. "He's been asking about you since September." "What does he want to know?" "Where you were for 7 years," Draco said. "What you are." A pause. He has interests that make knowing about you specifically important." Harry stopped walking. He turned to look at Draco directly. Draco stopped too, and there was something in his face that was neither the performance nor the revision but a third thing, the thing underneath both, which was a young person who had been given a set of values and a set of loyalties that were starting, very quietly, to develop structural cracks. "Your father's loyalties," Harry said. "You know what they are." "He was cleared," Draco said. "At the trials." "Coercion." "Draco," Harry said. Draco looked at the floor briefly. "I'm not going to lecture you about your father," Harry said. "That's not my place and it wouldn't be useful. But I want to be straightforward with you, which I am with everyone, because it's the only way I know how to be." He looked at him steadily. "What was in the castle last night, the thing that's been in Quirrell all year, it's not gone. It's diminished and displaced, but it's not finished. And it will come back, eventually, in some form. And when it does, everyone in the wizarding world is going to have to decide which side of a line they're standing on." He paused. "I don't know which side you'll choose. That's genuinely up to you. I think you have more capacity to choose clearly than you've been given credit for. But you should know that the line exists and that it's not a comfortable thing to stand on the wrong side of." Draco stared at him. "Tell your father whatever you want about me," Harry said pleasantly. "He'll find out anyway." He turned and kept walking. He heard Draco standing still in the corridor behind him for a long time before footsteps resumed. The end-of-term feast was enormous in the way Hogwarts feasts were enormous, not just in quantity but in quality, the specific richness of the last meal before a long separation, the castle pulling out something extra. Harry ate with Ron and the twins and Neville, and Hermione arrived late with ink on her wrist and the look of someone who had been very engrossed in something and had lost track of the time and was refusing to feel guilty about it. George said, without looking up from his food, "Hermione. There are no exams for 6 weeks." "I know," Hermione said, sitting down. "Just checking," George said. "Fred thought you might have forgotten." "I'm aware of the term schedule," Hermione said, with the dignity of someone who had been a bushy-haired target of gentle teasing for 3 months and had developed a comprehensive tolerance for it. Fred leaned across the table toward Harry. He had the quality both twins had in the highest measure, the bright-eyed energy of people who found the world genuinely funny and were not going to apologize for enjoying it. "We heard things," Fred said. "People usually do," Harry said. "Specifically things involving the 3rd floor and what might be described as a minor miracle," George said. "Or a major one," Fred said. "Depending on perspective." "I dealt with something that needed dealing with," Harry said. "Using your hands," Fred said. "And possibly sunlight," George said. "Allegedly," Fred said. "I wasn't there," George said. "Neither was I," Fred said. "We were in bed. Asleep. Which is our alibi." Harry smiled. "You don't need an alibi for something that isn't a crime." "Everything's more fun with an alibi," Fred said, with the conviction of someone whose biography likely supported this position. He looked at Harry with the bright-eyed assessment that Harry had come to understand was Fred and George's version of seriousness. They approached important things sideways, through humor, but the importance was real and they were genuinely paying attention. "You're all right, though." "Actually all right." "Actually all right," Harry confirmed. Fred nodded. George nodded. This seemed to be sufficient, the twins' version of satisfied, which was compact and unpretentious and genuine. They went back to eating. Neville was sitting a little further down, talking to a Hufflepuff girl about some herbological question with the specific animation he always had when the subject was plants, his whole posture different, the anxious held quality gone, replaced by genuine forward-leaning engagement. Harry watched this with satisfaction. Neville was getting better. The weeks of practical potions work, the consistent presence of Harry's clear assessment of his actual capability, it was accumulating into something, a base that the performance anxiety was having a harder time undermining. After the feast, Harry went up to the astronomy tower for the last time before the holidays. The night was clear and very cold, the stars extraordinary in the way they got in the Scottish Highlands in December, dense and present, the Milky Way visible as an actual structure rather than a suggestion. He leaned against the parapet and looked at them and thought about the Duat stars, the ones you could see even in daylight, the ones that hung at different depths. He thought about Ra's laugh and Osiris's hand on his shoulder and Isis's honest smile, and the river with the light underneath it. He was not homesick exactly. The Duat was still with him the same way he'd always carried it, in the solar connection, in the deep patience of the Osiris sense, in the healing knowledge. They were in him, the 3 of them, the way a river is in the landscape it made. He was made of them. But he was also, increasingly, made of this. Of Ron's laugh and Hermione's arguments and Neville's surprised competence. Of McGonagall's precision and Dumbledore's complicated goodness and even Snape's damaged brilliance. Of the castle's warmth and the stars and the specific cold of a Scottish December. He was made of both places, completely, without needing to choose. He took the stone out of his pocket. It sat in his palm, red gold in the starlight, warm with its own specific internal life. He felt its nature, the alchemical concentration of transmutative potential, centuries of Flamel's work and care, the genuine miracle of what it was. He felt the right thing to do with it. He felt Osiris, very faint, at the far edge of his perception. The Duat was not accessible from here directly, but the connection ran constant, and in moments of sufficient stillness it was present. He closed his hand around the stone and felt the Duat sense, the boundary awareness, and found the thread of the connection and followed it, not physically, just in attention, the way you find a note in a chord by listening rather than playing. He found the familiar amber warmth, the petrichor smell, the deep particular patience of Osiris's presence, and he held the stone in that connection and felt it begin to move, felt the concentration in it begin to loosen, the tightly wound potential beginning to unwind, finding the larger fabric of magic it had always been extracted from. The stone dissolved slowly in his palm. Not dramatically. Not in a flash or a bang. It became less substantial over the course of perhaps a minute, the red gold fading into something translucent and then into something that was still present as warmth but no longer present as object, and then even the warmth distributed itself into the night air and was gone, returned to the background of things, back where it belonged. He held his empty hand open for a moment, feeling the cleanness of it, the specific satisfaction of the right thing done in the right way, the order correctly maintained. He felt Osiris, very faint, at the end of the connection, approval. Not dramatic. Not a speech. Just the deep still weight of it, the specific warmth of a profound satisfaction. He closed his hand. The stars were still there, exactly where they'd always been. Harry stayed until the cold made it impractical, then went inside, and the castle's warmth received him at the door of the tower like a hand at his back. On the last morning before the holidays, Dumbledore called him to the office again. Fawkes sang the whole time Harry was there, a continuous low melody that was warm and building and not quite a full song, something in the register of preparation, of readiness, which Harry thought Fawkes intended as a gift and received as one. Dumbledore had questions. Careful, intelligent, comprehensive questions, about the Horcruxes, about the order of approach, about what Harry needed in terms of information and access, about the timeline. Harry answered honestly and fully. He had nothing to withhold from Dumbledore that needed withholding. The headmaster was not the enemy, had never been the enemy, was in fact a genuinely powerful ally who had simply been operating without all the information. Information corrected that. They talked for an hour and a half. At the end, Dumbledore said, "I want to show you something." He led Harry to a cabinet set in the wall near the window and opened it. Inside were files, not magical files, plain physical folders, organized carefully. Dumbledore pulled one and handed it to Harry. Tom Riddle's early file, Dumbledore said. Kept by Hogwarts, as all student records are. I have looked at this file a great many times over the years. Harry opened it. Photographs, handwriting samples, early notes from teachers. He read through them with the specific attention he brought to the reading of things, the Osiris quality, looking for what was actually there rather than what was expected to be there. He read quickly. The boy in the file was, even in school records, unmistakably what Harry had described the night before, intelligent, isolated, certain in a way that covered something very uncertain, reaching constantly for power as a solution to the specific problem of being fundamentally alone. The teacher's notes had the quality of people who had noticed something and not known what to do with it, the vocabulary of discomfort at the edge of the clinical assessments. He closed the file and held it for a moment. There were 100 places this could have gone differently, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. If someone had, Harry stopped. It's not productive. No, Dumbledore agreed. But it's important to see, I think. It's important to understand that the person this became was not inevitable. That the choices existed. Is that why you keep the file? Partly, Dumbledore said. And partly because I knew him, when he was here, and whatever he became I find it important not to forget that he began as a person. Harry looked at the file in his hands. At the photograph of the small, thin, too certain face of Tom Riddle at 11 years old. He thought about what he'd said in the underground chamber, someone should have explained it to you, and felt the specific sadness of it again, clean and complete, without letting it become something else. He handed the file back. Thank you for showing me, he said. Thank you for listening, Dumbledore said. There was something in the sentence, something personal, the weight of a long and complicated relationship with a burden that no one had been willing to share. Harry heard it clearly. I'll be back in January, Harry said. And every year until this is finished. I know, Dumbledore said. I'm glad. Harry left the office. Fox Song followed him down the staircase and into the corridor and faded slowly, and the note it left behind was warm and certain and tasted, faintly, of the Duat. He walked toward the great hall where Ron and Hermione and Neville were waiting, because they were going to see him off to the holidays and he was going to promise to write, and then he was going to go back to London and find a quiet alley and step through the thin place in the world and spend a week in the Duat being held by the people who had made him, because even souls with 7 years of divine education needed, sometimes, to go home. The castle was warm at his back and the sun was coming through the high windows and Harry walked through it, steady and unhurried and entirely himself, carrying the weight of everything ahead the way the river carries water, not struggling with it, just moving, directional and certain, going exactly where it was always going to go. Chapter 6, Pharaoh Returns. The Duat in January was different from the Duat in July. Not the sky, the amber sky stayed constant, the stars visible in the daylight, the river carrying its deep luminous dark through the same ancient channels. Not the buildings or the shadow garden or the smell of petrichor that sat in everything like a second atmosphere. What changed was the quality of the silence, which was fuller in winter, the same way a river runs deeper in cold months, the surface quieter while more moved beneath. Harry arrived through the thin place on a Thursday evening, London rain still in his hair, stepping from grey London cold into the amber warmth of the Duat's perpetual almost dusk and standing on the riverbank for a moment just breathing. The transition always required a moment, not because it was difficult, but because it was significant, the way walking from one room to another is significant when the two rooms are as different as these. Osiris found him before he'd been there 10 minutes. He came along the riverbank from the downstream direction, moving with the unhurried quality of someone who has nowhere they need to be because they are, in some fundamental sense, everywhere simultaneously. He stopped a few feet away and looked at Harry with the look Harry had grown up under, that particular depth of attention, the full Osiris regard, which was both personal and vast the same way the stars were both distant and specific. Harry looked back. "Well," Osiris said. "Well," Harry agreed. A pause. Osiris examined him, not intrusively, just the reading that was as natural to him as breathing, the soul sense applied to someone he knew completely and was looking at anyway. "The fragment caused you pain," Osiris said. "A bit," Harry said. "The killing curse contact. It's almost cleared." "I can see it," Osiris said. "I'll clear the rest tonight." He looked at Harry's hands, at his face, at the quality of the green in his eyes. "How are you?" The question was simple. It was the question that meant more than its surface, not are you functional or did you accomplish what you went there to do, but the specific and personal question, how are you, you specifically, you the person I know, in the interior of yourself. "I'm good," Harry said. He said it the way true things are said, without performance, without the slight overbrightness that indicates reassurance rather than reality. "Just good. I was afraid I wouldn't be, going back. I thought the mortal world would feel reduced. That after here it would seem, small. But it doesn't." "No," Osiris said. "It wouldn't. It feels like, the other side of the same thing," Harry said. "The Duat is deep. The mortal world is particular. Both of them are real in different ways and I can be fully in each." Osiris made the not-quite smile. "Isis said you would say something like that." "What did she say?" "That you were too stubborn to be homesick in either direction," Osiris said. "That you would simply decide to belong to both and make it work." A pause. She was, as usual, exactly right. Harry smiled, the crooked warm one. He looked at the river. "The stone is processed?" "Yes," Osiris said. "Return to the fabric. Flamel has been informed. He received the news as you would expect someone to receive the news that their long life is drawing toward its natural end." He paused. "With relief, mostly." "Good," Harry said. "The fragment from Quirrell?" "Here," Osiris said. "In the processing. The fragment is, not cooperative, exactly, but it is contained and it is being worked on." He looked at the river. "It is the smallest piece, and the most recently separated, and in some ways the most coherent. There is still recognizable personhood in it. Tom Riddle, Harry said quietly. Tom Riddle, Osiris confirmed. There is still something of him in even the smallest piece. Which is both hopeful and complicated. They stood together in the amber light, the river running beside them, and the particular companionship between them, the one that had been building since Harry was 4 years old sitting in a dark cupboard, was present and complete. Not father and son exactly, though it held that quality. Something more specific, more rare, the companionship of two people who understand the same truths and have decided to carry them together. "Ra wants you to eat," Osiris said. "I literally just arrived," Harry said. "He has been talking about it since yesterday," Osiris said, with the precise neutrality of someone who has spent an extremely long time married to the universe and has made peace with all its characteristics. "I recommend compliance." Harry laughed, a real one, full-throated, the kind that came from something genuinely funny rather than something simply amusing. It sounded good in the Duat air. The river seemed to lean toward it slightly. Ra found them 5 minutes later, which suggested he had been nearby and had simply been waiting for the right moment, which was absolutely characteristic. He came around a bend in the river path with the momentum of someone who has been looking forward to something and has finally reached it, and he was enormous and golden, and when he looked at Harry the warmth that came from him was the specific warmth of someone seeing the person they love most after an absence that had felt longer than it was. He put his hand on Harry's head. Just rested it there, briefly, the enormous warm hand, the gold quality of it, the full Ra presence concentrated in a gesture that was both cosmic and entirely personal. "You did well," Ra said. "I know," Harry said. Ra laughed. "He says I know," Ra told Osiris, delighted. "Not thank you, not false modesty, just I know. 7 years and he comes back as certain as he went." "More certain," Osiris said. "Yes," Ra said, looking at Harry with an expression that Harry had no adequate word for. "More certain." He removed his hand and straightened. "Come. Food. There's a great deal to discuss and I refuse to discuss it while you're standing here still smelling of London rain." Harry spent 5 days in the Duat. They were not dramatic days, not training, not ceremony. They were the days of return, of being held by familiar things, of processing what had happened in the mortal world through the wider lens the Duat provided. He walked with Osiris in the evenings and talked about Quirrell, about the occupied man's specific humanity, the choice that had been made and what had been made of the maker. He sat with Ra in the mornings and recalibrated the solar connection properly, the full version, tuning it in a way the daily Hogwarts window ritual could approximate but not completely replicate. Isis found him in the Shadow Garden on the 3rd day. He was sitting on his usual stone watching the ibis near the water, the jade scarab Neville had given him in his palm, turning it slowly. She sat across from him without announcement and looked at the scarab with one eyebrow slightly raised. "A gift," Harry said. "From a friend." "The round-faced boy," Isis said. She knew everything, or close enough that the distinction was academic. "He's important. He's going to surprise people," Harry said. "He already surprises himself." "That's the best kind," Isis said. She looked at his hands, both of them, the scarab in one and the other open on his knee. "The healing you did on the Quirrell man. How did it feel?" "Different from the sparrow," Harry said. "More complex. The pattern was harder to find because so much of it had been disrupted for so long." He paused. But it was there. Underneath all the disruption it was still there, the original structure. It just needed something steady to orient toward. "That is the thing about souls," Isis said. "They don't forget what they are. They lose access to it. They get buried under accumulated damage and violation and fear. But the original structure persists." She looked at him with her honest smile, the theatrical beauty dropping away to the real thing. "Including Tom Riddle's." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Is that what Osiris is working toward? With the fragments?" "In the long run," Isis said. Yes. Not quickly. Not easily. The damage runs very deep and the resistance is very strong. But the possibility exists. She tilted her head. Does that trouble you? The possibility of his eventual, not redemption, that word is too human and too small, his eventual return to the Order. Harry thought about it honestly. About the file in Dumbledore's office. About the thin face of Tom Riddle at 11. About the red eyes in the underground chamber with that moment of something recognizably human in them. No, he said. It doesn't trouble me. I'm not interested in Voldemort's suffering as a consequence. I'm interested in the Order being restored, and that includes him. He paused. He made catastrophic choices and those choices had consequences and the consequences are what they are. But the end I want is order, not punishment. Isis looked at him for a long moment. You are, she said, almost exactly what we hoped when we found you in that cupboard. Almost? Harry said. You have a slight tendency toward understatement that occasionally borders on annoying, she said. That's from Osiris, Harry said. I know, Isis said, with the fond exasperation of someone who has been working around this characteristic for a very long time. He's been insufferable since you arrived. Harry laughed again, and the Duat's ambient quality shifted slightly with it, that warmth that was more than temperature, the sense of a place responding to the emotional condition of someone it had strong feeling about. He pocketed the scarab and sat in the shadow garden for another hour, the black-leaf trees moving slightly in the sourceless breeze, the stars visible through the gaps, patient and fixed. January at Hogwarts had the quality of a place getting back to work after a holiday, the corridors energetic with returned students, the classrooms resuming their rhythms, the castle shaking off the Christmas quiet and settling back into its term-time self. Harry arrived on the 1st of January by stepping through the thin place in the London alley and walking to King's Cross and taking the early train north, because the return journey felt like it deserved the mortal path, the full experience of arriving back in the world he was working in. He arrived at the castle before most students. McGonagall found him in the Transfiguration corridor that evening, which he thought was deliberate. She moved through the castle with too much awareness to intersect people accidentally. How were your holidays? She said. Good, Harry said. I spent time in the Duat. Reoriented. He paused. Quirrell. Alive, she said, and the word had a specific weight, not just alive as in surviving, but alive as in the outcome was not certain and the uncertainty has resolved in the better direction. He woke 2 days ago. He is, she stopped, searching for the precise word in the way she did when approximations weren't satisfactory. He is finding himself. What he is, now, after everything. He'll need time, Harry said. He has it, McGonagall said. She looked at him steadily. The headmaster has told me certain things. About the scope of what's ahead. A pause. More than I knew before. More than most people know, Harry agreed. Are you going to be? She stopped again, and the pause was the kind that preceded a question that had been examined for whether it was appropriate and decided in favor. Are you going to be safe? Throughout this. Harry looked at her. The question was not empty, it was the question of someone who had said his mother was gifted and meant more by it than it sounded, and who had been watching him since September with the specific quality of attention that good teachers gave to students they recognized as exceptional in ways that made them vulnerable as well as capable. Yes, Harry said. Honestly. I know the risks clearly, and I'm equipped for them, and the people I'm dealing with they're dangerous, genuinely, but they're not beyond what I can handle. He paused. And I'm not alone in it. Dumbledore knows the full scope now. I have people here who matter. McGonagall nodded, once, with the precision she used for things she meant completely. Then, your transfiguration work this year has been exceptional. I want you to know that separately from everything else. Thank you, Harry said. Don't let it make you complacent, she said, in the tone that meant she knew it wouldn't but professional obligation required the caveat. Harry smiled. She walked away down the corridor with the step of someone who had said what they came to say and was now returning to the 1,000 other things on their list. Ron and Hermione arrived on January 2nd, off the Hogwarts Express with the other returning students. Harry met them at the entrance hall. Hermione had a new book under her arm and a look of someone who had spent part of the holidays in a library. Ron had the bright-eyed energy of someone who had been at the Burrow with his family and had been thoroughly restored by it. "Mum says you're coming in the summer," Ron said, by way of greeting. "That's the plan," Harry said. "She's already started planning what to cook," Ron said. He paused, choosing his words. "It's quite a bit." "I look forward to it," Harry said, and meant it with the full weight of what he meant when he said things like that. Hermione hugged him. It was brief and slightly stiff, because Hermione's hugs had the quality of someone who knew hugs were the correct action but was slightly uncertain about their own execution of them, and he found this endearing. He hugged back with the ease of someone who had no uncertainty about the action, and this seemed to help her relax into it. "I found something in the holidays," she said, releasing him and immediately looking purposeful, which was her natural state. "About the locket Horcrux. Your description of its location, something that matches it appears in an old wizarding estate inventory I found in a history text. Grimmauld Place." Yes," Harry said, the Osiris sense confirming it, the thread pulling toward the correct location. "Grimmauld Place. A Black family property. Number 12, Hermione said. It's Fidelius charmed, but the charm has apparently been unstable for years, several sources mention it. If we can find the secret keeper, Mundungus Fletcher, Harry said, and Hermione stared at him. "How did you? I've been mapping it from the Duat," Harry said. "The soul sense locates things in the natural order, and the locket has been in that house since the late 1970s. The secret keeper situation is visible in the magical record if you know how to read it." He paused. "Good work finding the estate inventory, though. That's the kind of thing that would take me much longer through mortal research." Hermione looked satisfied. Ron looked at Harry. "You were mapping things from the afterlife." "The adjacent to the afterlife," Harry said. "Right," Ron said. "Obviously. Adjacent." He picked up his trunk. "I'm starving, can we go eat? I want to hear everything, but I also haven't eaten since Mum's goodbye breakfast, which was enormous, but that was hours ago." They went to eat. Quirrell came back in February. Not to teach, he came back to walk, initially. Harry saw him first on a Tuesday afternoon, moving slowly along the first-floor corridor near the windows that looked over the snow-covered grounds, one hand against the wall, not because he needed the physical support but in the way of someone relearning how their own body moved, checking its dimensions. Harry fell into step beside him without announcement, and Quirrell looked at him with the wary look of someone who hadn't entirely decided how to categorize him yet. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was his own. Still thin, still with the residual quality of someone who had been away from themselves for a long time, but present. "His professor," Harry said. I don't have a class at the moment," Quirrell said. "You're still a professor," Harry said. "That doesn't change." Quirrell was quiet for a few steps. Outside, two students were throwing snow at each other on the grounds, and their distant laughter came through the windows muffled and ordinary. "You were there," Quirrell said. "In the chamber. I remember it, pieces of it. What you said to it." "Yes," Harry said. "The things you said about what it was. What it had been." He stopped walking. Looked at the window rather than at Harry. "Did you mean them?" "That it could, that the damage could be, eventually," Harry said carefully. "Not quickly. Not without a great deal of time and work in the Duat. But the possibility exists." He paused. "Osiris doesn't abandon things he can still work on." Quirrell exhaled. It was a long exhalation, the kind that carries something that has been held for a specific amount of time. "I chose it," he said quietly. "At the beginning. I was afraid and I wanted power that I felt I hadn't been given and it offered me what I wanted. He turned to look at Harry. I want you to know I understand that. That it doesn't cancel the other parts, the possession, the harm it did through me, but that I understand I made a choice. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore knows. Madame Pomfrey knows, practically. He looked at Quirrell steadily. The choice was made. The consequences are real. But the man who made the choice and the man standing here now are also the same person, which means the man standing here now has the option to spend whatever time he has being something different. Quirrell looked at him for a long moment. He had the eyes of someone who had been afraid for a very long time and was learning, slowly, how to not have that be the primary quality of every moment. You're 11 years old, Quirrell said. Not with disbelief. More with the tone of someone noting an incongruity they find more interesting than confusing. In this life, Harry said. Yes, Quirrell said slowly. I heard about that. He turned back to the window. I'd like to teach again. If they'll have me. He paused. Something other than defense. Something different. Have you spoken to Dumbledore? Tomorrow, Quirrell said. I have an appointment tomorrow. Then you'll know tomorrow, Harry said simply. He paused. The healing sessions are done, your system is stable. But if you feel drift, if the magical balance starts to feel wrong, tell Madame Pomfrey immediately. The first 6 months are the most unstable. Quirrell looked at him. You're the one who did the healing sessions. Isis taught me, Harry said. Madame Pomfrey supervised. A long pause. Thank you, Quirrell said. The word was small and completely genuine, the thank you of someone who means the full weight of the thing they're thanking for rather than the polite surface of it. You're welcome, Harry said, and meant it the same way. He left Quirrell at the window and went to Transfiguration. February became March became April, and Hogwarts moved through its term's rhythms, exams approaching, the weather shifting from white to grey to the first green of a Scottish spring, the students cycling through the particular emotional arc of the academic year. Harry moved through it all with the steady unhurried quality that was becoming, he'd gathered from things people said, something he was known for. The thing about being known for something was that people tested it. In March, a fourth-year Slytherin named Marcus Flint, large, belligerent, the specific type of physical confidence that had never needed to develop any other kind, decided that Harry's calmness was a performance and decided to test that theory in a corridor after dinner on a Wednesday. He was flanked by 2 others, which Harry noted and categorized as the classic 3-person intimidation geometry, 1 central, 2 flanking, designed to make the target feel cornered. Harry stopped in the corridor and waited. Potter, Flint said, with the satisfied quality of someone who has been planning this. I hear you think you're something special. I don't think it, Harry said pleasantly. I know it. There's a difference. Flint blinked. He had clearly expected either defiance or visible fear, and had received instead a simple factual statement delivered without any of the emotional texture that made confrontations work. He recalibrated, tried again. Your first year, Flint said. You walk around this castle like you own it. I walk around the castle like I belong in it, Harry said. Which I do. As do you. I don't have an issue with you, Flint. I have an issue with you, Flint said. I understand, Harry said. But I'm not going to perform anxiety about it for you, if that's what you're waiting for. He looked at Flint directly, with the full quality of the gaze that was, he was aware, unsettling to people who weren't prepared for it, not threatening, just genuinely and comprehensively present, the gaze of someone who was seeing him completely and was unbothered by everything they saw. If you want a conversation, we can have one. If you want a fight, you'll have it and it won't go the way you're expecting. If you want to leave it here, that works too. Flint stared at him. The flankers exchanged a look that was the specific look of 2 people who have realized the person in front of them is not going to behave as expected and are suddenly uncertain about their role in the situation. You're not scared, Flint said. He said it the way someone announces the punchline of a joke that has turned out not to be funny, with the flatness of an unmet expectation. No, Harry said. Why not? Because I've faced considerably worse things than you, Harry said, not unkindly. And because you're not actually a bad person, you're just someone who mistakes physical dominance for authority. Those are different things. Flint stared at him for a long moment. Something moved through his expression, something that was, Harry thought, close to the expression Draco sometimes wore when the architecture of a thing he'd assumed was solid developed a crack. The specific look of someone's framework being questioned. He left. The flankers left behind him, more quickly. Harry continued to Charms. Ron was waiting outside the Charms classroom with the expression of someone who had been watching this exchange from around the corner. Were you about to get in a fight with Marcus Flint? No, Harry said. He looked like he wanted to fight you. He wanted me to be afraid of him, Harry said. That's different from wanting a fight. People who want fights want a fight. People who want fear want you to behave a specific way. When you don't behave that way, the whole project falls apart. Ron looked at the corridor Flint had walked down. That was actually, I'm going to think about that for a while, he said. It's useful, Harry agreed. You're useful, Ron said, with the tone of someone finding this both impressive and slightly baffling. Come on, Flitwick gets passive-aggressive when we're late. In late April, Harry went back to the third-floor corridor. Not for any strategic purpose, the chamber under the floor was empty now, the security constructs dormant, the stone processed. He went because the castle had been drawing him back toward that section of corridor in the way it sometimes communicated things, the stone warmth having a directional quality on some mornings. He went because he trusted the castle's communications. He found, on the wall of the corridor opposite the formerly locked door, something that hadn't been there before. Or rather, something that had always been there, covered under centuries of accumulated grime and the general visual noise of a very old stone building, that had become visible. A relief carving in the stone, perhaps 3 feet across, clearly very old, older than Hogwarts itself, which suggested it had been placed there before the castle was built around it, the stone incorporated from somewhere else. Harry looked at it. It was an ankh. The Egyptian symbol of life, the cross with the loop at the top, carved with the specific deliberate quality of work that meant something rather than work that decorated. Not rough. Not incidental. Someone had put this here with intent. He traced it with his fingertips. Felt its age, it was extraordinary, the depth of time in it, centuries layered in the stone like the Duat sky layers. And underneath the age, something else. A faint warmth. The specific warmth of I'll be damned, Harry said softly. He pressed his full palm flat against the ankh and felt the warmth come through, not the Duat connection, not his own solar magic, something older. A deposit. Something left in the stone by someone who knew how, left a very long time ago, waiting for someone who would recognize it. He felt Osiris in it too, underneath Ra's warmth, the deep patient quality of death-adjacent magic, preservation magic, the kind that keeps a thing intact across extraordinary spans of time. Someone in Hogwarts' deep past had known. Had known what would come, or something like what would come, and had left this. He stood with his hand on the ankh for a long time, feeling the warmth of it move up his arm and into his chest, not adding anything new so much as confirming what was already there. A recognition. A predecessor. Someone who had walked this same ground in some earlier form of this same story and had left a marker saying, "You are not the first. You are not alone. This path has been walked." He thought about writing to R.A. about it. Then he thought that R.A. almost certainly already knew, and the specific expression of R.A. finding out that Harry had found it, the enormous delighted laugh, the light brightening across the whole Duat, was something he could wait for in person. He took his hand off the wall and stood back and looked at the ankh. "All right," he said. To whoever had put it there. To the path that had been walked before him. To the particular weight of being not the first and not the last, of being a point in a continuity rather than an isolated event. He turned and walked back down the corridor, and the castle's warmth was at his back, and the morning light was coming through the high windows, long and gold, laying itself across the stone floor in the particular way of light that has traveled a distance and is glad to arrive. The end-of-year exams came the way exams always came, apparently suddenly, despite being on the calendar for months, because the psychological phenomenon of a deadline is specifically calibrated to feel like a surprise. Harry did them with the calm of someone for whom the material held no anxiety, approaching each paper as an interesting problem rather than a test of his adequacy, which was the correct epistemological approach and also, practically, more effective. He helped Neville prepare for herbology with the focused, patient quality of their earlier potion sessions, and Neville did not need much helping. He needed mainly to be reminded, repeatedly and through evidence, that what he knew was what he knew, that his competence was real and not contingent on someone watching. The anxiety that had defined Neville's early weeks had reduced significantly. Not gone, it was built into his particular nervous system and would need more time than 1 year, but reduced enough that what was visible through it was clearly, unmistakably someone genuinely capable. In Neville's herbology exam, he produced the most comprehensive essay in the first-year cohort. Harry found this out from Hermione, who found it out from reading the exam postings in the way only Hermione read exam postings, which was comprehensively, and reported it to Harry with the specific satisfaction of someone whose prediction has been validated. "I told him," Harry said. "You did," Hermione said. "You told him before he had any evidence for it. That's different from just being supportive." "I could see it," Harry said. "The competence was there. The only variable was whether he could access it." "How did you know you were right?" Hermione asked. "About what you could see. Osiris teaches you to read what's actually present rather than what's performed," Harry said. Neville was performing uncertainty. Underneath it the real thing was always there. He paused. "Same reason I knew you were going to be extraordinary from the first 10 minutes on the train." Hermione went quiet in the specific way she went quiet when something had actually landed rather than been processed and filed. She was looking at her exam notes but she had stopped reading them. "You knew that from 10 minutes, she said. "Yes," Harry said. "What did you see?" Someone who had been told they were too much, too intense, too thorough, too serious about the wrong things, and had decided the answer was to be more rather than less, Harry said. "That takes a specific kind of confidence that most people don't have. It means the underneath is solid even when the surface is trying very hard." She was quiet for another moment. Outside the common room window the spring evening was doing its best, which in Scotland in May was genuinely beautiful, long light, the mountains finally clear of snow, the lake a deep calm green. A year ago Hermione Granger had been a Muggle girl who had just found out she was a witch. Harry thought about the distance between that point and this one with the particular appreciation of someone who measured distances well. "Thank you," she said. The same full-weight version of the word. "You're welcome," he said. Ron appeared from the direction of the dormitories with his exam schedule in hand and the expression of someone who has just looked at something they were hoping would look different on closer inspection. "Is it normal," he said, "to no one specifically, that I understand absolutely none of the astronomy section? Like, none of it. I look at the chart and it's just lines." "Sit down," Hermione said. "I'll explain the stellar mapping." Ron sat. Harry went back to his book. The fire was warm. The evening light was long and gold outside. The three of them were together in the common room of the place that had, over the course of 9 months, become specifically and particularly home, not the Duat home, not the Ambersky home, but the other kind, the particular kind made of people rather than place, the kind that moves with you. The last night of term, Harry went to the astronomy tower. He went alone, which was not a statement about solitude so much as the nature of what he was going to do there. It was the kind of thing that was best done without an audience, not because it was private so much as because it was complete in itself and adding observers would change its quality. He stood at the parapet and looked at the grounds below, the dark lake, the forest at its edge, the Quidditch pitch quiet and pale in the moonlight. He looked at the mountains, their shapes patient and enormous, old in the Scottish way that was still young in comparison to what he carried. He looked at the stars. 11 months. He had arrived at this school knowing what he was and what he was here to do, and the 11 months had been, he thought about them carefully, reviewing the quality of each in the way Osiris had taught him to review things, fully and honestly. The troll. The mirror. The underground chamber. Quirrell in the hospital wing. Dumbledore in the alcove at dawn with the sun coming over the mountains. McGonagall with the transfiguration text. Neville's surprised face over the perfect potion. Ron saying okay in that clean unquestioning way. Hermione updating her framework, rapidly and completely, every time he gave her something new. The Ankh in the third-floor corridor. He took out the obsidian disc R.A. had sent for Christmas and held it in his palm. In the night air it was harder to feel, the warmth was subtler, the connection thinner without the direct sunlight that strengthened it. But it was there. He pressed his thumb to the center. The Duat's warmth came through, faint and certain. The amber sky, the river's deep luminous quality, the petrichor smell that was the smell of everything receiving what it needed. And R.A., and Osiris, and Isis, their presence not the full direct weight but the background note of it, constant and familiar as breathing. He was not alone in this. He had never been alone in this. He held the disc and looked at the stars and thought about the Horcruxes ahead, 6 of them remaining, each one a specific project, each one requiring a different approach. He thought about the years it would take. About Hogwarts' 2nd year and 3rd year and beyond, each one bringing new things, new people, new developments in the story he was in the middle of. He thought about the fragment in himself, the one remaining thing that Voldemort had left in him, that would need addressing at the right time, that was there but not defining. He thought about Voldemort's fragments in the Duat, being processed. The slow, difficult, genuine work of bringing something broken back toward what it should have been. Not quick. Not guaranteed. But possible. He thought about Tom Riddle at 11, thin-faced and certain and alone. He thought about himself at 4, in a dark cupboard, crying quietly. He thought about how the same situation, abandoned, unloved, carrying something you didn't choose, could produce such different results, and the difference came down to a single thing: someone had come into the dark and said you are extraordinary and you do not have to be afraid and we are going to give you what you need. That was the whole difference. 2 beings from the oldest religion in the world had looked at a 4-year-old in a cupboard and decided he was worth the intervention. Tom Riddle had not had that. Harry had. He did not feel guilty about it. He felt the grief of it, which was different, the specific sadness of a thing that didn't need to be the way it was, that could have been different with only small changes in the variables, that was a waste in the true sense of the word, something of genuine value not utilized, turned into something destructive by the failure of the people around it. He felt the grief and held it fully, because Osiris had taught him to hold things fully, and then he let it settle into its appropriate place, present, real, but not the loudest thing. The loudest thing was this. The stars, and the castle below him warm and alive, and the year completed and the years ahead clear, and somewhere in the amber light of the Duat a river was running and 2 enormous ancient beings and 1 fierce goddess were paying attention. He was the Pharaoh of Immortals, not a metaphor, not a title to be performed, but a fact the way his name was a fact, the way the solar connection was a fact, settled into him like bedrock. He was made of Ra's light and Osiris's depth and Isis's precision and 7 years of the Duat's patient education, and he was also made of Ron and Hermione and Neville, of McGonagall's precision and Dumbledore's complicated goodness and even of Quirrell's complicated survival. He was made of both worlds, completely, without division. He was 11 years old in this life. He was very, very old in some. He put the obsidian disc in his pocket and placed both hands flat on the parapet of the astronomy tower, feeling the castle's warmth come up through the stone into his palms, the familiar acknowledgement, the mutual recognition of 2 old things that had found each other. The gold came, quietly. Not the blazing solar force he could summon if needed, not the full RA gift in its power expression. Just the light, the honest light of something that knew exactly what it was, coming from his hands and spreading slightly across the stone, warm and steady and entirely unperformed. The castle's warmth met it. The connection between the old stone and the old soul completed itself in the dark and the light. Below, on the grounds, nothing moved. The lake was still. The stars were where they had always been. Harry looked out from the tower of the school that was his home now, in the country that was his to protect, in the world he was in the process of putting back in order, and he felt, with the full honest Osiris sense, the complete accounting of his own interior, what he actually was. Complete. Not finished. Complete was different from finished. Complete meant whole, nothing missing, nothing borrowed, nothing pretended. He was what he was and he knew it entirely, and he had the people and the gods and the training and the understanding and the particular stubborn orientation toward truth that Isis had recognized and Ra had delighted in and Osiris had built with great care and patience over 7 years in the amber light. He breathed in. He breathed out. Somewhere in the distance a night bird called out across the water, one clear note in the dark, and it sounded, briefly, almost like the Duat, almost like Ra's warmth and the river's depth, and Harry smiled, the crooked warm one, the smile that Isis had said was the most Egyptian thing about him, the smile of someone who understood that the world was both sacred and slightly comic and had decided to carry both truths simultaneously. He straightened from the parapet. He had work to do. Tomorrow and next year and the years after that. The Horcruxes, the fragment in himself, the final accounting with what remained of Tom Riddle, the long patient project of restoring the order to what it should be. He had all of it to do. He was ready. He turned from the stars and walked back toward the tower door, and the stone was warm under his feet, and the castle's warmth wrapped around him as he descended, and Harry Potter, Horusare, Pharaoh of Immortals, chosen of Ra and Osiris, student of Isis, first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, walked back into the light.